Alabama's. I don't know about Alabama A&M, but I'm sure that they probably wanted to accommodate the seniors for FAMU to make sure that it could be as fair a contest as possible, given the stakes.
Kelvin, are you back there? We got you back there yet? No,
Not yet.
no, not yet. Looks like okay. All
But
right.
to
So
type it in the chat, I'll
yeah,
read
you
it.
have to type it or hold up a big sign or something. Just write it down.
As we welcome you into the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Tournament, day number 2, and a matchup of the top seed Albany State as they take on the 5th seed Kentucky State on the Black College Sports Network and the SIAC YouTube channel. I'm Charles McNeil, side by side with Charles Ward. Happy to have you in the place to be. This is Albany State University, the West Campus, where there's a sense of excitement and the opportunity of a lifetime for these teams that are battling in day number 2. The winner's bracket is where we are, and we've got 2 outstanding teams ready to show their wares over 9 innings of baseball. In yesterday's contest, Albany State didn't make it to 9 innings as they were victorious, taking care of business in 7 over Tuskegee by a score of 15-5 in that contest. Shortened game by way of the run rule. They were able to get those 15 runs across with only 7 hits. 3 errors committed. Tuskegee, 5 runs on 8 hits and 4 errors, as the pitching performance of Brady Davis got it done. 7 innings, 8 hits, 5 runs, 3 of those earned, and 6 base on balls along with 6 strikeouts. As we got a chance to see the top seed, nationally ranked, a team that has designs on a national championship as well, showcase their skills in that opening round. On the other side of things, we've got Kentucky State. They too were victorious on day 1, taking care of business over Miles College. They did have to go the full 9 frames, but 18 hit performance, 10 runs across, only 2 errors, and they jumped out early with a 3-0 advantage as we get you ready for baseball action. The 2 teams on the field. It'll be Kentucky State in the field, clad in their white uniforms with the green. Albany State in their traditional blue and gold. So we're underway with the opening pitch from the right-hander. It's over for a call strike. Right-handed pitcher for Kentucky State getting the start is Solomon Reed. Where's the trousers and the stirrups? Stirrups really high. And I'm sure if those are stirrups or leggings, but it works out for him as he's ahead in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. He's facing Lavassier Fisher, the center fielder. It's the 1-2 count. Lavassier Fisher, young man who sets the table for this team. Coached by Scott Hemmings. 34-8 record. 31-2 in the SIAC, and Fisher goes down on strikes with the opening strikeout of the game.
Charles had a chance to talk to Coach Rob Henry with Kentucky State prior to the ball game, and he said that what he wanted to see early on is exactly what we saw. He needed a fresh, quick start from Solomon Reed to get him on track early, and with that early strikeout here, the first batter in the ball game, looks like he is at least headed in that direction.
Now he'll face the left fielder, Zane Ross. Working quickly is Reed as he gets the strike. That one misses outside. Defensively for the Thoroughbred, Zion Lewis is out in left. Kelton Saylor in center. Trayvon Fletcher around in right. Daniel Moore's the third baseman. Trey Brown at shortstop. Jace Wilson at second. Cedric Polnitz is the first baseman. And behind home plate, calling the signals, is Isaiah Zapata Felix. Zapata Felix did not play in yesterday's game. Zion Lewis came on as a late game replacement due to an injury to their starting left fielder. We'll get in that story a little later. The 2-1 pitch. Call strike 2.
As you survey that defense of the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, Coach Henry making the point that one of the keys of this ball game is having that defense eliminate free bases to the Golden Rams of Albany State. Thought that would be a real key to this contest since these teams have met so many times over the course of the regular season, looking for them to keep the Golden Rams off the bases, not self-inflicting wounds.
3-2 count. And the pitch. Fastball misses outside. That's ball 4. So the first base runner aboard is Zane Ross. So he advances down 90 feet. And will bring on the third place hitter in the order, number 3, the second baseman, Jonathan Logsdon.
We talk about free bases. There's the first pass there given by Reed. You can get free bases in other manners, but this is one of the elements he was talking about as well, limited walks.
Reed rocks and fires. Fouled back. And that one's out of play. So Reed trying again to get ahead of the hitter. Does so in this effort. He's able to get his first strikeout. In the on-deck circle is Nathan Lloyd, the first baseman. If the inning can stay alive. The pitch. Took something off that one. Missed outside. Kentucky State Thoroughbreds. The head coach is Rob Henry. You mentioned him in his 11th season. 20-21 overall. 16-13 in the SIAC. Good enough for the 5th seed coming into this game. Ball got away from his catcher, Zapata Felix, for just a moment. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 man out. Reed surveys his catcher, and now from the stretch delivers that one. It's wrapped out into left field, and ranging over to make the play is Zion Lewis.
Lewis showing a burst of speed on that one, Charles. Got a good jump at the crack of the bat. Able to catch that one on the fly. Nicely done.
That's the second out of the order. Brings up the cleanup hitter, Lloyd. Lloyd was the starter in yesterday's contest. 1 for 2 with 3 runs scored. Had an RBI as well. Got 3 base on balls to get on base, so he's got a good eye up there. Took that one over for a call strike, because now the ball gets away. Catcher throws down, and not in time. It's a wild pitch ruled, allowing Ross to scamper down to second, where he's in scoring position for Lloyd.
Although Zapata Felix did not get that out at second base. Good job of him recovering to get to that baseball. Made a nice throw down to second base. Had that been clean, would have been a clear out.
So 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 men gone. Solomon Reed didn't like what he saw, so steps back. Allows his catcher to go through the regimen of signs and signals. And now from the stretch, looks back at the runner at second and delivers. The old no-look pitch that time as he was actually looking back at second as he began his delivery.
Got one in there. Coach Henry further indicating that with Reed, he's got the complement of pitches, fastball, curve, and can do something with a slider, but he indicates that what's important is the mix of pitches.
Steady diet of fastballs. Took something off that one. It's probably a slider in the dirt.
And that was his point there, to mix the pitches up so he could keep the batters kind of off kilter. And if he can do that successfully, he'll eliminate a lot of the base runners by virtue of what he's doing in terms of good call. And it's going to be up to he and Zapata Felix to make that work.
Reed with the 2-2 delivery with 2 men gone. Fastball popped up to left field, shallow left field, running on and making the grab is Zion Lewis to retire the side. So we played a half an inning. The top seed, Albany State, threatened but could not score. And we go to the bottom of the first. Scoreless. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just a touch of a button. Because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
ASU's West Campus, Albany State University, Albany, Georgia, site of the Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships. Black College Sports Network has been on the air with 3 consecutive weeks of championship coverage in the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. Bringing you volleyball, men's volleyball, the champions, track and field, and softball. Baseball is the first batter in the order for Kentucky State, the home team in this one. Although the 5th seed, as they get a base knock from Trey Brown, the shortstop.
Well, absolutely perfect day for some baseball here, Charles. It's overcast, but no threat of rain, so the hot weather in terms of very warm, muggy weather will not be a factor here.
We appreciate everyone tuning in, all the great compliments that have been made about our broadcasts over the last 3 weeks, and it only gets better from here as we talked about football coming up in just a few months. Spring football just in the rearview mirror. Before we know it, it'll be football season and basketball behind it. These kids will probably enjoy a nice summer off, but first they got to get the championships in baseball concluded. Opportunity still to shine in the NCAAs as that one's fouled off and out of play by Daniel Moore.
You make a real good point, Charles, is that by the time you get finished with the spring sports as on the collegiate calendar, you maybe take a couple of weeks off. Next thing you know, you're staring right back at the start of football to start it all over again.
That one is softly hit and through the hole into between second and short. Soft fly ball finds center field. So we've got The opportunity for back-to-back singles to open up things for Kentucky State, just what they wanted. As Brown down at second and Moore on at first for the SIAC Player of the Year, Joseph Esparza. Designated hitter today.
Good strong arm there displayed by Riddell as he threw that ball down to second, attempted on the pickoff.
Esparza yesterday, 3 of 6 at the plate. He scored a run, drove in 2. Jeremiah Riddell on the bump for Albany State, the Golden Rams. He throws down to second.
Felt like I was talking to Twins when I got a chance to catch up with Coach Hemmings before the ball game, echoing some of the same things that Coach Henry said about limiting mistakes in the ball game. That's going to be the real key for them to be successful in this contest.
And that, speaking of mistakes, that one gets by the catcher on a high pitch, allowing the batters to advance, that is, up 90 feet. As that's ruled a pass ball. Pass ball allows Brown to move down to third and Moore on at second. Grounder down to second. Up with it is Logson. He throws it on the first for the out. And scoring on the play, the first run for Trey Brown at Kentucky State as they take a 1-0 lead.
Also commenting, Coach Hemmings was about something similar to Coach Henry about the starting pitcher in Riddell, saying that Riddell has to do the same thing with a great mix of pitches in this ball game because he's so aware that KSU is such a good hitting team, as you referenced about what they did on yesterday.
Cleanup hitter, second baseman Jace Wilson. Riddell looks back at second from the stretch. Delivers, popped up, shallow right field. Everyone chasing in fair territory. He makes the grab, and now the throw to keep the runner.
Extremely nice effort on that foul ball.
What a run on the part of the first baseman. He was chasing it. Nate Lloyd, Luke Addison for Albany State defensively making the play. Swinging strike for number 15, the right fielder, Trayvon Fletcher. Two outs in the inning. The pitch. Tap back foul and out of play. So Jeremiah Riddell, starting pitcher, has Dominic Retigliano back behind home plate. His third baseman is Austin Roberts. Hill Corley at shortstop. Jonathan Logsden is at second. Nate Lloyd is the first baseman. Zane Ross in left. Lavoisier Fisher in center. And Luke Addison around and right as a swinging strike retires the side. So he took something off that one, the curveball. Crooked pitch got him the K to retire the side. But in the inning, 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 man left on base. We've completed 1 full from ASU. They're the visitors in this one, the top seed, as they trail by a score of 1-0. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
Yep.
Leading off for Albany State, shortstop, number 7, Hill Corley.
Hill Corley to lead things off, the 5th place hitter in the order. Shortstop for the Golden Rams of Albany State. That one taken high and inside. Solomon Reed working inside and then outside against these hitters.
Exactly what they want to do is keep that ball moving in different locations so nobody can kind of settle in on a hitting pattern.
That went inside, 2-0. Corley, one of 5 yesterday, 1 for 5. 2 runs scored and an RBI. Talked about the lack of wind earlier, but now it's found its way into the press box. As the result of that one, a base on balls.
Wind almost resulting in you losing all your papers.
That's right.
I got your back, though.
Well, thank you. Good looking out. So the first, second base on balls thrown by Reed allows Corley to get on board. Second base runner for Albany State. And now the 6th place hitter in the order is the designated hitter, Tucker Jordan. He was 1 for 2, 2 runs scored, 2 RBI in that 15-5 victory. Round number 1. This is the winner's bracket. He's Charles Ward. I'm Charles McNeil. Chopping it up with you. Happy to have you guys along with us.
So far in both frames for Albany State and to the chagrin of Coach Henry, they've given up free bases here with this walk. It's just you're kind of starting your own demise by letting them get on like that. You want them to earn it every time versus you supplying them with the ability to be on the bags.
Solomon Reed really wanted that last pitch. Thought he had caught the outside edge. So with 3-0, see if he gets the green light, the hitter. In the dirt, that's ball 4. So we talked about in our last game, sometimes the coaches will allow the players to dictate things. It doesn't necessarily have to be by way of a hit to get runs scored.
Absolutely.
The equalizer is what they're trying to get the most important thing right now. And that Luke Addison, the right fielder, will step in. You'll have Corley at second and Jordan at first. 1 strikeout and 3 base on balls is not what Albany State, actually Kentucky State, would like from their defensive perspective. As the pitch from Reed is bunted back toward Reed. He barehands it, goes to third. Diving attempt. And the call is safe as he pulled him off the bag. The third baseman trying to hold his position and unable to get the ball cleanly over to his third baseman, Moore.
On that bunt attempt there, they got a lot of air under it, so it took a moment for it to kind of come down. And by the time pitcher had gotten to it, made the right choice to go to third base because he was leaning that way. But just a little bit too much time before getting to that baseball. And not his fault. It's just the height of the bunt itself.
So Corley moves down to third. Jordan at first. On the fielder's choice. Make that sacrifice. The official rendering on that one. Addison's on at first for Austin Roberts, the third baseman. He was 0 for 3 yesterday. Got on board by way of a base on balls in his fourth at bat. The pitch drilled to right field and in front of the right fielder, who makes the catch on a bounce. 1 run scores. Everybody advances 1 base because they had to wait to find out if he was going to make the grab out there. Trayvon Fletcher, he flashed some leather yesterday, but not the case here as it falls in. And we're deadlocked at 1-1.
Batting ninth, catcher number 16, Dominic Vitigliano.
Talking to Coach Hemmings, said the same thing about that, is that they don't really want to play from behind. The Thoroughbreds able to get an early lead in their bottom half of the first, but I'm sure he's got to be happy about the fact that they've countered right here at the top of the second.
Going after the first one, lifts it high. Playable to right with the throw into the plate after the out was made. 1 hop and offline, and the run scores. So with the Golden Rams taking advantage of the sac fly and RBI, they take a 2-1 lead.
Coach Hemmings emphasizing the point that this team has to play relaxed because they come into the tournament ranked number 1, and he knows that that means that everybody else is even more geared up to try to take them down. So it's important for them not to carry the pressure of being number 1 into the tournament into the ball game.
Luke Addison advanced on the throw into the plate to third, while Austin Roberts remains on at first. So we go back to the top of the order for Loasier.
32 pitches, only 14 strikes.
Loasier Fisher. So after a solid start by Solomon Reed, had some difficulty finding the strike zone. 33 pitches and 13 strikes thus far. The right-hander takes his time. Go from the full windup in the pitch.
And the one way that Albany State can keep that pressure level low is to do exactly what they're doing. They're hitting the ball and now leading the contest. And it's always easier to take that pressure off if you're playing from ahead.
Down one outside and in a little high. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Again, runners at the corners. Addison at third, Roberts at first. 1 man out, Force obviously at second. Looking to turn a double play. The pitch, ripped. Left fielder has a beat on it. He makes the catch, now throws all the way back toward first. And tagging and scoring the runner at third. There's 3 runs across now in this half of the inning. Top half of the second. And it's Luke Addison who tagged and scored on Lavoisier Fisher's sacrifice fly.
Golden Rams just really on an early pace here. Across 3 already in this frame. Looking to try to duplicate what they did on yesterday, see if they can close business up early.
And the pitch. That's Zane Ross up for the second time. He had a base on balls his first time up. Wild pitch advanced him to second, but he was stranded there. 2 balls and no strikes, 2 men out.
And as you indicate, Charles, Solomon having some difficulty spotting, getting to his locations from the mound.
Scored a run, had an RBI in game number 1. The victory over Tuskegee, 15-5 yesterday. They played in the 3rd game of day number 1. So a little shorter turnaround for them. But again, they had the shorter game,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they were done a little early. Reed needs a strikeout here, at least a ground out, some kind of solid defensive play as he gets a grounder down toward short. The toss over to second to retire the side. So Tate Brown finds Jace Wilson, and Kentucky State gets out of the jam. But in the inning, Albany State plates 3 runs and did it on only 1 hit. There were no errors and 1 man left on base. So we've completed 1.5 from ASU's West Campus. And Albany State leads this one by a score of 3-1. Headed to the bottom of the 2nd as you're watching the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate. Smile, you're on Cricket.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just the touch of a button. Because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect...
Brian Fulford over at the Sherwood Christian Academy calling Tuskegee and Miles, and they're in the through the 2nd inning with a 2-0 Tuskegee lead in the losers bracket game at Sherwood Christian Academy here in Albany, Georgia, as we begin the bottom half of the 2nd inning with Kentucky State trailing by a score of 3-1. Charles Ward and Charles McNeil with the call for you here on the Black College Sports Network. Happy to have you with us. Kentucky State jumping out to a 1-0 lead as that one is hit back off the backside of the catch, or the pitcher who threw his glove at it. And lost his glove in the process. You can't actually throw your glove at the ball, but I think they're going to have a conversation. The umpire, thank you so much. The umpire making his way and trying to figure things out.
I think he's just giving him a little sidebar about that very thing, Charles. It was so quick that Riddell just whacked at it with his glove hand and knocked it down. Made an excellent play on it. Went barehand the rest of the way for the out.
Pitch.
Just more of a reminder from the umpire to Riddell.
Cedric Polnitz pops this one up. And making the grab is Jonathan Logsdon. So Logsdon gets his man. 2nd out of the inning.
This is exactly where Albany State wants to be, ahead in the ball game, which means they can relax a little more, and you can see the effect with Riddell on the mound. 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the second.
Zion Lewis, the left fielder, at the plate. He came in as a late game replacement for Collier Higgs, who appeared to pull a muscle in his leg as he was rounding third in their first round matchup against Miles College. He never returned to action, and again, wish the young man nothing but the best in his recovery, giving Zion the opportunity to shine here as he swings through that one. Zion batted twice yesterday when he was unable to get a hit. Struck out twice. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 men gone. He swings through that one and fouls it back. Count evens at 2-2. Jeremiah Riddell, what success he's had over the last couple of seasons. A 20-0 record, and he shows you why as he strikes him out for the third strike, or the third out, that is, of the inning. We played 2 complete inside of ASU's West Campus Baseball Stadium right here in Albany, Georgia. And your score, 3-1 in favor of the top seed, the Golden Rams, as they lead Kentucky State on the Black College Sports Network.
Spice or seasoning, and give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great.
Second round action, day number 2. Albany State University's West Campus, the site of the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships. So the leadoff hitter tries to bunt one down, fouled off and out of play. That's Jonathan Logsdon. He flied out his first time up.
Probably one of the few times you'll see it only happens in tournament action that the home team in this one is actually the visitors. This is the home facility for the Golden Rams of Albany State, but giving up home rights.
Yeah, I saw it during the NCAA tournament game I did a few short weeks ago with Augusta University. They were the host team facing USC Aiken, who was the top seed, and subsequently their facility being used, they had to move to Augusta University, co-champions in the league, but Augusta University was the visitors on their home floor.
Yeah, it makes it kind of dicey for the broadcasters since you're so used to seeing certain things on the scoreboard and placing it, well, this is home, I know it's my team, but you have to readjust your thinking.
Yeah, fortunately for us, we have one of those electronic boards where they could actually change the names. But just even then, you're still looking for it at the bottom versus, or the right side versus the left side.
Yeah, it's amazing what we get used to mentally, right?
That's right. So Blue took a shot, I believe, on the foul ball. So we had a situation, is it the catcher? So on the follow-through of the swing, on the follow-through on the swing, he hit the ball twice, or attempted to hit it once and hit it on the second time, and that ruled an out.
That's another way to eliminate base runners. You won't see that one very often, but one of the keys that Coach Henry was talking about. Get them where you can get them.
So Nate Lloyd comes up.
Talking to Coach Henry and to Coach Hemmings, a very similar theme, and that theme was the ultimate respect that each has for the other. It's difficult to get the questions in because they were just showering each other with just pure, genuine appreciation for what they've done with the programs.
Mutual Admiration Society amongst coaches in this league. Off-speed pitch, up high. So 3 balls and 1 strike with 1 man out. That one fouled off the bat of Nate Lloyd. Nathan Lloyd on the season, a .273 hitter. 99 plate appearances, 27 hits, 31 runs scored. Had 1 home run and 28 RBI.
If you're looking for a silver lining for the Thoroughbreds at this point, trailing only 3-1 at this point, that's
line shot caught by Jace Wilson to retire Lloyd.
as Solomon Reed starting to settle in a little more in this ball game. It's a good thing that now as he's settling in, the deficit's not that large for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State.
So Hill Corley checks in. The shortstop swings through that fastball.
A lot of giddy up on that one.
The pitch taken high. Tried to come back with that fastball again. Had a little bit more velocity to it.
Yep. He's bringing it.
Corley on the season, a .382 batter. 47 hits and 123 plate appearances. No home runs, 38 runs batted in.
To the point there, Charles tried to change the pace there with a changeup or a curveball there, but missed badly on that pitch. If he can start to settle into that rhythm of hitting those pitches, then he's going to be very effective as this ball game continues to unfold.
2 balls and 1 strike, 2 men out. Misses outside and low. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike.
Right now, having to rely exclusively on that fastball because it has not built that confidence in his changeup or the curveball to mix it into his rotation.
The pitch taken low and outside for ball 4. So Hill Corley is aboard for the designated hitter, Tucker Jordan. Jordan batted .373 on the year. 31 hits, 83 plate appearances. Had a home run and 32 runs batted in.
Albany State as a team batting .341. They can take advantage of Reed's inability to mix in the change-ups and curves. The more they see that fastball, the more to their liking.
Interesting you say that. They've got 1 hit. Remember we talked about in that shortened game that they played in yesterday.
Yeah. I think they only had, that you mentioned they had, what, just 7 there?
Yeah. Only 7 hits, 15 runs across, so they manufactured some things.
And just like you were talking about early, sometimes it's not necessarily quantity. It's just the quality of them.
Mm-hmm. The at-bats, right?
Yeah.
Giving them taking advantage of what they give you. Reed looking for the strike zone. He blows that one by him. The count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Number 22 at the plate. 2 outs as well. As we saw several times on the scoreboard in the past day, deuces are certainly wild.
Yeah, somebody in this booth has got to make a run to the lotto.
Yeah, I heard someone yell out Yahtzee as that one is hit and lifted to deep right field, but playable. And making the catch to retire to side was Trayvon Fletcher. So after all of that, no runs and no hits, 1 man left on base. 2.5 in the books. 3-1 is our score. Albany State with the lead. You're watching the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
If I had to describe cricket in 2 words,
People who come to cricket stay with cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate. Smile, you're on cricket.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just the touch of a button. Because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even...
Bottom of the 3rd inning. Kentucky State trailing by a score of 3-1. 2 hits for their 1 run on the board. No errors on either side. And number 22 at the plate. Lifts that one. And he's put out in quick fashion.
Shortstop, number 3, Trey Brown.
Nice work down there by Logden at second base. Talk about this issue of relaxing and playing the way that they want the pace of the game to go. That was a perfect example of it there. No rush on him at all there. Fielded it cleanly with a short throw to first.
That was Kelton Saylor, who's retired. And brings up the top of the order, Trey Brown. It's the second pitch down to third. With it, Roberts over to first to Lloyd to retire the top man in the order, Trey Brown. Going to bring up Daniel Moore, a .343 hitter. 37 hits in 108 at-bats. 4 home runs and 25 runs batted in.
Anybody else want a cupcake? Cupcake. Cupcake.
Just really get the sense now, Charles, that Albany State's just kind of really locking into their rhythm, particularly defensively.
That one is hit back toward the pitcher. Riddell up with it and the underhand scoop to retire the side. So 3 men up and 3 men go down for Kentucky State. They trail by a score of 3-1. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships from Albany, Georgia on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Albany State with 3 across in the second inning. Coming back from a 1-0 deficit, they lead it by a score of 3-1. I'm Charles McNeil, side by side with Charles Ward. Happy to be with you. Charles Squared on the broadcast all day long from Albany State.
So Charles won. We were talking about it at the break. You ran down the numbers: 3 runs, 1 hit, no errors for the Golden Rams, and it's rare that you see 3 runs generated without some of the more pronounced things like home runs and things like that. But it really factors back to what we were talking about early on when Coach Henry said eliminate the free bases. That's what's played in the fact that they're leading with only 1 hit on the board, and then they have 3 runs.
So Albany State at the plate. That one's a call strike. So leadoff hitter. Taking a look out in the outfield. Everyone playing at normal depth. And that one misses. 2 balls and 1 strike. So Solomon Reed control, the key to his success. When he's got it going, he can blow it by the best of them. Trying to dial it in here. The 2-1 pitch. High.
Still have the benefit of saying that this still is early in the game. But as the innings start to tick off, you're going to have to really settle in on that mound right now on a 3-1 count.
That one is a perfect pitch. Low and on the outside edge. Swung through, and he's got him.
That's exactly what they're going to need, more of that from Reed on the mound. Because right now everything's flowing and dictated by what he's doing as it relates to the quality of pitches.
So Austin Roberts now checks in. Roberts, the third baseman.
Good numbers for him on the regular season, Charles. .346 batting average for Roberts for the Golden Rams.
Yeah, 32 runs batted in, 31 hits on the year as that one is fouled off. That one had a little head of steam as the Kentucky State players that are scouting the pitches look back behind to make sure that wasn't their bus, their luxury charter, in harm's way. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 man out.
By the way, did you check your windshield between games?
I did. Did not have to call that company you mentioned earlier.
Well, we still got a lot of baseball left.
The 2-2 drilled up the middle and into center field. Hustling and ranging towards second. Here's a throw in. Takes 1 hop. He slides and he's in there. Austin Roberts, the third baseman, showing off the foot speed.
First team all conference. Knew that all along. As soon as he hit that ball out in the center field, he knew it was in the gap, and he was bent on getting to second base. Never hesitated going around first.
So a one-out double puts Albany State in position to add to their 3-1 advantage. As they bring up the ninth place hitter in the order, the catcher, Dominic Ortigliano.
The outcome of this one still in doubt for this ball game, but we do know that the opponent that one of these teams will be playing will be the Tigers of Edward Waters, who came out from Sherwood Academy with the win over Lane earlier today, 4-0.
That one skips. Stopped there by Zapata Felix. Tigliano on the season, a .277 hitter. 13 hits and 47 at-bats. Had one dinger and 11 RBI. Looking back at second, Reed rocks and delivers. That misses. Has a little Louis Keon in him.
Yeah, he does.
Either that or Mark the Bird Fidrich looking back and then delivering. Looks back again. Now looks in and throws it right inside corner. Got him. Froze him for strike one. So 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 man out. The runner in scoring position for Albany State.
No wonder so Reed's confidence here if he can battle back.
From the stretch, the pitch. Curveball, strike 2.
Went to it. Not showing a lot of confidence in it early on, but went to it there and got it over.
See if he comes back with the hook again. Tries to catch him. Catcher gives the sign. Reed with an extra glance, and now the pitch. High for ball 4.
Yeah, they went back with the heater there. Just like you, Charles, I was looking to see maybe they were thinking that the batter was looking for the heater, go back with that curveball again.
This will draw a visit to the mound. An aggressive walkout. One-on-one conversations being had. We've got a visit at the mound.
Yeah, you can just tell that that confidence is not there altogether for him. But you just have to, as a pitcher, you just have to overcome that and keep throwing it until you get it to where it's at least allowing you to mix things up. Everybody fist pumping after that meeting at the mound. So it was exactly what you were talking about, Charles. Jared, just get that thing energized. Everybody get behind Reed's effort, and more importantly, to just spark him to know that everybody's still there. Nobody's jumping ship because things are a little bit rough right now.
The game of baseball ebbs and flows. Is now at the plate. Lavoisier Fisher with 2 men on. He's got Roberts at second, Retigliano on at first.
That one way off the plate after the session from the mound.
I'm sure in this instance he knows that his day could be done, Solomon Reed, so he's trying to lock in.
Sure.
Lavoisier Fisher struck out his first time up, a sac fly RBI in his second plate appearance. So 0 for 2 with an RBI. An opportunity for more here. Taken low.
Tried to mix it in there, Charles, but couldn't find the range on a changeup.
.321 hitter is Lavoisier. 42 hits, 131 plate appearances, 12 home runs and 48 runs batted in. Leads the team in that department. From the leadoff hitter.
3 straight.
So again, Solomon Reed recognizing the importance of Fisher. From the stretch. The 3-0 swung through and missed. He had the green light and went for it.
He did. And Reed will get as much rope as his performance will allow if he can retire this batter, like you said. But you have to start thinking that they're considering something else if he cannot get out of this situation. Right now only trailing by 2, so still within arm's length.
The pivotal 3-1 pitch. Misses for ball 4. And the bases are full of Golden Rams.
Now this is where the rubber will meet the road here. Coach Henry leaning on that fence inside that dugout. Bases loaded here. Got to get him out.
Zane Ross, the second place hitter in the order, the left fielder. Got a base on balls, advanced by way of a wild pitch. Left stranded at second. Fielder's choice back in the second.
Starting to see some rumblings in that thoroughbreds area where the pitchers warm up.
Ross, the left-handed hitter, and the bat on his shoulder now gets into the starting position as he takes that one. Call strike, so 1 ball and 1 strike, 1 man out. Double play gets him out of a jam. Bases loaded, but only 1 hit in the inning for Albany State. The top seed facing the 5th seed in Kentucky State. The pitch in the dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Tried to change the speed on that to give him a different look, but just can't hit the spot. And you're right. If he can find something he can lay up there that they can get on the ground and get out of it with a double play, that'll spark him. But the Golden Rams with a chance to blow things out if it goes the other way.
The pitch, hit, and a solid shot into right field. That's a single. 1 run comes around. Everybody advances 90. Good throw. And holds him right there by Fletcher, who retrieved it out in right, tossed it into Polnitz, who holds things down. But a run across as Robert scores. And the score and lead increases to 4-1 in favor of the Golden Rams over the Thoroughbreds.
You can do it against a team that's not as good as Albany State, meaning just rely on a single pitch, and that's a fastball. But when you get a team that's a quality hitting team and that they know that's all you got to come with in tight situations, they're going to sit back and wait on it and do exactly what happened there.
So the RBI single for Zane Ross brings up Jonathan Logsdon. Flied out his first time up, struck out his second plate appearance. Four to 1 is the score. Taken high. 2 balls and no strikes. And no place to put them.
You see that even at the major league level, that if a pitcher's not clicking with the things that he can mix into his repertoire, and as fast as they throw fastballs, batters are able to catch up with it when they know that's what's coming.
That one misses inside. 3 balls and no strikes.
Okay, I hit the number 1. It's green.
Solomon Reed. The pitch. Fastball taken for call strike. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Where you're not doing your best, you can be your own worst critic and really to your own detriment because keep laying it on your mind rather than just relaxing.
And that one it hit out to center field and deep, but playable. The center fielder makes the grab. Saylor and racing in as the runner advances from third into home to score. That was Retigliano. Retigliano with the 5th run of the game. Played it off the sacrifice fly for Jonathan Logsdon. And we've got a 5-1 lead in favor of the top seed, Albany State.
And they just continue to add on. There, not a base hit, but pushing a run across with the sacrifice deep center field.
Lavoisier Fisher advanced down to third, Charles, by way of the fly ball as well. So runner at first and third for Nathan Lloyd. Lloyd, the 7th batter to hit in this inning. Solomon Reed watches that one be called a ball as the runner throws down to second. Now back home, not in time.
Wow, interesting decision there by the KSU catcher to even throw it down to second. That less than perfect throw allows another run to come across. I thought perhaps they were going to do a cutoff at the shortstop just to see if the runner would be baiting and try to leave. But you're down 5-1 at that point. Trying to stop another runner from getting to second base is not as important as trying to hold that runner at third from scoring.
Yeah, Zane Ross stole second, and then the steal of home, delayed steal of home by Lavoisier Fisher, puts another run on the board for Albany State as they lead it now 6-1.
Yeah, it's just kind of like that old adage in football that only one good thing can happen on a pass play, and that's the reception. Everything else is bad. When you're throwing it down to second base, trying to pick a runner off with a runner already at third, you only have one good option there.
Lloyd still at the plate. He pops this one up. 2 outs in the inning. It's playable to the left fielder. Ranging over there, he makes the grab. Zion Lewis to retire the side. But in the inning, we had 2 across, make that 3 across on 2 hits. There were no errors and 2 men left on base. We have completed 3.5 innings from Albany State University in Albany, Georgia, with your score, the top seed, Golden Rams, 6, and the Thoroughbreds, the 5th seed from Kentucky State, 1. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just a touch of a button. Because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
As we're all set and ready to go, final warm-up pitch has been tossed as we prepare for the bottom of the inning. 6-1 deficit. And the Thoroughbreds trying to get a charge going. Rally here early on, about the midway point of the game. 1 run on 2 hits in the contest as they face the top seed in a tough task, nationally ranked squad in the latest rankings on a couple of different polling services. Albany State, solid chance at a national title. So that one is topped down to the pitcher. Riddell throws it over. Riddell throws it over and finds his man. At first base, that was Lloyd for the easy out.
Yeah, I was going to make the comment prior to them starting this half of the inning, because it was an extended inning for the Golden Rams on offense, and Riddell coming back to see if he would be just as sharp after getting back on play. And we see it there with a weak grounder right back to him to start the bottom of this 4th inning.
So a ground out by Esparza brings up the right-handed hitter, Jace Wilson. So the player of the year retired. Second time he had an RBI in his first plate appearance. And now Wilson steps in. He flew out his first time up. Took something off of that one, missed high. One ball, 1 strike pitch. Pop back foul and out of play.
Thoroughbreds having such a difficult time catching up with the fastball of Riddell.
Wilson batted .308 on the season. 37 hits and 120 plate appearances as he pops this one up. Short right field and foul ground, and catch is made by Nate Lloyd.
Well, again, Coach Hemmings mentioning in the pregame that the key to the success for the Golden Rams this afternoon was going to be whether they could play pressureless baseball. Trailed early, but now they're settling in.
Trayvon Fletcher, the right fielder, struck out his first time up, drills that one through the hole and in the right field.
So Fletcher able to catch up with that fastball from Riddell. Pushed it out the right field. Good job of hitting by him. Thoroughbreds are going to need a lot more of that.
Yeah, Kentucky State started the game with 2 consecutive singles, Brown and Moore, and that's the first single since. The 3rd hit of the game. Puts a runner on board with 2 men gone, and they're going to check him. Isaiah Zapata Felix, the catcher. Grounded out his first time up. In the dirt. Runner will hold. With that much of a deficit, you don't want to get caught stealing.
Absolutely. You don't want to eliminate your free bases either.
Any chances a rally starts there. 1 ball and no strikes. Riddell. His pitch is popped out to center to retire the side, as making the grab is Fisher in perfect position. So Lavoisier Fisher with the catch sends the Thoroughbreds back to their dugout for more instructions as they trail by a score of 6-1. No runs on 1 hit. There were no errors. And 1 man left on base. We played 4 complete here at Albany State's West Campus in Albany, Georgia, and your score. Albany State with a lead of 6-1. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
And welcome back, everyone. This is the second game of day number 2 in Albany State University's West Campus baseball facility. And the winner's bracket has already seen one team advance on the winner's side, and we saw that in our first contest as my broadcast partner Charles Ward was on the play-by-play for it. Outstanding victory. Got a chance to witness as Spring Hill, defending champions, were able to survive and advance into the winner's bracket side, knocking off Savannah State, sending them to the loser's bracket game a little later on. As we've got a new pitcher coming on, that's Dylan Compton. Compton, a right-hander, long locks, flowing. As he rocks and delivers, and it's popped up short center field, ranging back the shortstop, and he makes the grab.
Absolutely incredible play there.
Trey Brown putting the wheels to work.
Designated hitter number 22, Tucker Jordan.
Yeah, from the shortstop position to where he caught that baseball, that's about a 50, 60-yard sprint. He was about midway in center field when he got to that one.
Showcasing the footwork. An excellent technique to keep the ball in front of him. There's a grounder. Dropped. And now a throw, and I think they still pulled him off the bag. I'm not sure about that one. Looked like he was there when he caught the baseball, but it came off the bag, and Mr. Blue right there next to it. As you can tell, the first baseman not too pleased by that call.
Well, just a lack of concentration after fielding the ball. Wilson, on the transition, dropped the baseball, fielded it cleanly.
So an error on that play allows Jordan to get on board for Luke Addison. And the ball is behind the catcher. He lost track of it. Zapata Felix couldn't find the baseball as it made it all the way to the backstop. Chasing it down, Dylan Compton trying to tell him exactly where the ball was, allowing the base runner, Tucker Jordan, to advance down to second base. So Jordan's aboard with one out in the inning. Compton on in relief of the starter, Solomon Reed. Is responsible for the 6 runs across for Albany State. As that one knocked down to third, Daniel Moore throws it over to Polnitz, and they'll keep the runner stranded there at second for the second out of the inning.
Good play there by the third baseman. A good solid throw across the diamond.
So Compton on the season making his 13th appearance. 10 of those in relief. 9.18 ERA. He has a 1-2 record. Pitched 33 innings. Allowed 33 hits. 40 runs. As he works here against Austin Roberts.
Not that this ball game is over yet, Charles, but Thoroughbreds who are hoping for a better start by Reed to give themselves a chance against this powerhouse in the Golden Rams. Didn't get it this afternoon. Now they're going to have to rely on their bullpen to keep this close and see if the offense can do some rallying for them.
Compton stares in for the sign. Now he's ready to deal. Fouled off.
I think they may have gotten you that time.
Yeah, I think they did. That's why I was looking at that direction. Duke and I rode over together, our producer, and he said, Charles, you shouldn't park over here. And I said, no, I think I'll be okay. Now I'm seconding that judgment. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 men out. The pitch. Taken off the plate. So 3 balls and 1 strike. So similar to Solomon Reed, his difficulty to find the strike zone. Compton having early difficulty as well. The pitch. Taken high for ball 4. They did have a base available, so no harm as yet. As Austin Roberts, who singled his first time up with an RBI, doubled his second plate appearance, on for the 3rd time. So you've got Roberts on at first, Tucker Jordan at second. For the catcher, Dominic Retigliano. Sacrifice fly and an RBI, base on balls and a run scored. 0 for 1 with a run scored and an RBI. Goes to what we talked about earlier, efficient scoring, 6 runs on 3 hits.
Formula still working. And for the Golden Rams, they're looking at the opportunity here if they can push across enough runs to get that 8-run rule in 5. That's what's at stake for them too. 2 outs here.
The 0-1. Oh, man. Look good from here.
Yeah, same here.
1 ball and 1 strike. Runners will edge off. Infielders playing back with 2 men out. And the pitch. Bounced. High bouncer out to short. He's got it. There's the throw, and he's got him.
Yeah.
So beautiful throw by Trey Brown. Stepped back, planted that back foot, and delivered a strike over to first. Polditz pulls it in to retire the side. But in the inning, again, the opportunity for Albany State to add to their lead. They were held in check as no runs, but 2 men left on base. We have completed 5.5 innings in this one, and your score 6-1 in favor of Albany State. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships. Charles Ward and I will be back in just a few moments.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate. Smile, you're on Cricket.
With Academy Sports and Out.
Back in game number 2 of 3 here in the winner's bracket. Albany State University's West Campus, gorgeous facility Some huge buildings here. We're talking about it on our way out last night. This rivals any of the Division I schools you'll see around the state.
Leading off, first baseman number 24, Cedric Holdens.
It's HBCU thriving. And we love that.
Indeed. You know, the
That one's fouled back to the leadoff hitter.
extension of this campus really by merger into Albany State, with Darden College being here, their original facility. But the Board of Regents kind of looked at it and saw that the offerings that were offered here were similar to those at Albany State and made the decision to bring the two together. Not often that you see it go that way. If anything is absorbed, it normally is the other way around.
Without a doubt.
Had been some rumblings in the state for quite a while about the same type of thing happening to Savannah State, Fort Valley, and even Albany State, obviously.
Opponents. Was looking to leg one out, but could not, as that catch was made. So one up and one down.
Had a couple of references to the wind in our last ball game with the flag being stiff, but now it's starting to pick up again and blowing crisply.
Swinging strike. Swung on and missed. Zion Lewis is at the plate. The left fielder struck out his first time up. Scoring update from Sherwood Christian Academy in the losing bracket game. Losers brackets game, we have Miles and Tuskegee. Bottom of the fifth inning, it's Tuskegee with a 4-2 lead. They led it early, 2-0. It's the second strikeout for Riddell as he strikes out Zion Lewis.
And Riddell just breezing along.
Fifth strikeout of the game for Riddell as Kelton Saylor steps in. He grounded out his first time up. There's 2 outs. Saylor, the left-handed hitter. Watches that one just miss. 1 ball and 1 strike as we've got some drizzle. Light drizzle in the area. You can see it on the rooftop of the dugout in front of us. And the pitch.
Just missing on that one. You see Riddell headed toward the dugout after that one.
And the umpire, guy of tall stature, standing over the catcher. And close but no cigar. The 2-2. Swung on and missed, and that will retire the side. So he strikes out the order. 1, 2, 3 in the inning. We played 5 complete here at Albany State's West Campus. The Rams, the top seed, lead the 5th seed by a score of 6-1. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships. On the SIAC Facebook page, also the YouTube channel, and the Black College Sports Network.
Boy, the last.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Lavoisier Fisher leads things off for Albany State. Struck out his first time up. Had an RBI on a sac fly back in the second. Base on balls and a run scored, along with a stolen base in his third plate appearance back in the fourth inning. Dylan Compton on for his second inning of relief of the starter Solomon Reed. Pitch taken outside. 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch. Pop back. Got some activity, just soft activity working in the bullpen for Kentucky State. Out there working number 4.
Looks like Jalen Anderson, the junior from Chicago.
There's a softly hit ball down toward first. Easy toss over to Compton covering. For an easy out. Not one you're going to get often with Lavoisier Fisher.
Now batting, who's going Rams? Number 24, Zane Ross.
So the left fielder, Zane Ross, steps up. Base on balls, his first plate appearance, a fielder's choice, second time up. An RBI single, along with a stolen base in his last plate appearance. Ross squares the bunt. All taken away. 1 ball and no strikes. The pitch. That one missed low and outside.
Just kind of watching that delivery of Compton on the mound. Curious about his finishing spot. Kind of a whipping action across his body at the end of the pitch.
Talked about the stature of our other pitchers in game 1, how tall they were, and this guy the opposite of that.
Sure.
But makes the most of his athleticism. See, wheels and deals on that one and misses outside.
Just not fully in sequence with his release point, and at its maximum speed, he should be coming kind of straight down on that release, but he's more kind of whipping it across his body.
So Zane Ross is aboard. Second base on balls he's taken in this game. So he's at first for Jonathan Logsdon. Flied out, struck out, sacrifice fly, and an RBI. That one misses. So 1 ball and no strikes, 1 man out. Double play would be in order for the Thoroughbred defenders. Shortstop leaning in towards second. They throw over. Compton kicks and fires.
Just not able to elevate his pitches enough to get him into the strike zone. And it's almost like his follow-through is what's working to his disadvantage. Like he almost pulls the ball out of the strike zone before it's even headed toward the plate.
That is a good pitch, but it's lifted to deep left field, way back. Playable to the left fielder who makes the catch. That's Zion Lewis.
He's been real busy out there in this baseball game.
Second out of the inning. Keeps the runner at first.
Number 15, Nathan Lloyd.
We'll bring up the first baseman, Nathan Lloyd.
Yeah, just looking at that scoreboard, Charles, just still kind of puzzling that you see that Albany did not get a run in the first. It got 3 in the second, none in the third, another 3 in the fourth, and none in the last frame. Total of 6, but only on the 3 hits. So if you looked at a box score on this contest after it's all said and done, you'd be kind of left wondering how in the world did they do that?
Flying out his first time up, lined out his second plate appearance, and a fly out his third plate appearance. I guess he's going to put it in the air. Nope, grounded that time, foul. Trying to make the adjustment. I like his stance, the wide stance. Using the back of the batter's box. Get the last fraction of a second look at the pitch.
That's exactly what it'll do.
Diving back at first. The base runner. That's Zane Ross. So Ross edging off as Compton finds his place on the hill. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. And the pitch. Runner goes in the dirt. He'll get there easily.
Yeah, bounce that pitch up there. Compton, the sophomore. It's kind of an early entry into the Thoroughbreds program. I'm sure that during this off season, as he works his way toward his junior year, he'll spend some time trying to work with his form as it relates to finishing pitches.
Missed that one. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Ross is on at second.
Yeah, it's more of a full body motion. The pitchers that are generally successful, it's when you see them finish up after throwing a pitch, makes all the difference in the world.
From the stretch. Looks back at the runner. And now the pitch. Off the catcher's glove. Nobody advancing other than the ball 4 opportunity. Moves the runner down to first base.
So another situation of the Golden Rams.
So Nathan Lloyd on board by way of a base on ball. That'll bring up the shortstop, Hill Corley.
I feel like we said that a lot today, Charles, base on balls. And the free bases conversation comes back up once again.
Yeah, unofficially, I've got 10 base on balls in this game for the Thoroughbred pitchers. So free passes allowing runners to advance and get in scoring position.
By contrast, I don't think Riddell has walked anybody, has he? We'll check that, but
that one grounded. Fouling out of play.
it makes all the difference in the world.
You're absolutely correct, my partner. No base on balls for Riddell.
1-10 ratio, you take that every day. No, 0 to 10. Jeez.
The 1-1. Low and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 men gone. Runners at first and second. Wind's blowing in toward right. The rain has stopped. The pitch. Ripped. Center field. Tried to decide whether he was going to come in on it. Didn't get there. Rounding third and scoring. Another run is Albany State on the RBI single. Drilling it into center field is Hill Corley with the RBI.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Center fielder, they're just in between on that one. Looked like as that ball hit the surface, the spacing, he could have gotten it if he made the decision to go ahead and try for it. Obviously thinking the better of caution that if he didn't get it and it got past him, that would clear the bases.
That was almost a gotta-go situation, though.
You know, you sit there thinking the same thing, Charles.
Down 6-1.
Sure. You got to do everything within your power to try to get off the field.
But he kept the ball in front of him. 7-1 score. Runners at the corners. For number 22, the DH, Tucker Jordan. The 1-0 count. Swung on and missed. Count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike.
A few times that Compton's able to elevate that pitch and get it higher in the strike zone.
We're still, I'm not sure why it's not going on YouTube, but apparently ours hasn't stopped.
That one missed. And a stolen base as the runner advances down to second base.
So do you want to reset it?
Golden Rams and Coach Hemmings trying to put that runner down there with 2 out. Hoping to see if they can't get him across.
So Lloyd is on at third. You've got Corley on at second. Tucker Jordan, the DH, scored after getting on board by way of a base on balls back in the second. On by way of an error back in the fifth. Advanced to second, but was held up there.
Compton wants to catch you to go back through the sequence.
And the pitch. Outside. So once again, it's Yahtzee time. Number 22 at the plate, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. On this pitch, ladies and gentlemen, back at home, I'd like you to yell out Yahtzee.
That's good.
Compton with the delivery. Oh, man. Isaiah Zapata Felix painting that one for the umpire.
Yeah, they wanted that call.
That was what he called. He called that pitch and he delivered it right where the glove was. But apparently it was out of the strike zone. So Jordan awaiting the 3-2 pitch. Runners should be going.
Ooh.
Oh, he hits him.
Not exactly what was called for there.
Not an intentional play, I wouldn't imagine.
I don't think so. It was 3-2. Could have legitimately walked him had he missed on a pitch, but he missed badly on that one.
Again, we had the open base, so that loads them up. Jordan on at first, Corley on at second, and Lloyd on at third.
And that's going to bring Coach Henry to the mound. Let's see if that brings on a pitching change. Thoroughbreds knew it was going to be a real uphill climb to deal with the Golden Rams of Albany State. But in order to effectively start that climb, they needed to have everything clicking. And one of the things was they really needed Reed to come out very sharp in this ball game. And that just did not happen. You have that in baseball. Sometimes you just cannot find yourself, particularly when you're away and on the road playing.
Yeah, Kentucky State and Albany State played a 3-game set back in April, not long ago. Just a couple of weeks ago, matter of fact, and lost all 3 games, 6-3, 16-3, and 11-1 the final scores. All of those played right here at Albany State.
So you had so many things going for you as it relates to a chance to possibly steal some momentum here after the series during the regular season, and then coming back meeting them in the tournament. But you can talk those things, but it's an issue of can you perform behind that to get the result that you want. And this might now very well be a time when Coach Henry is just going to try to let Compton get as much work in as he can and to save some of his other pitchers, knowing that if they drop to that losers or the elimination bracket, then it's going to be a lot of hard work coming up out of there.
So 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 men out.
Really kind of a live to play for another day type scenario.
Yeah, we talked about that road for the losers.
Yes, sir.
They fall into that other bracket. That means they've got to go potentially 7 games to a title over 4 days.
And that's what Coach Hemming was pointing out, the importance of this ball game to the Golden Rams, and he just flat out said it. There's not a team within our conference that has that kind of pitching staff that can pull out that kind of scenario. That's why it's so critical for you to stay in that winner's side.
Yeah, we heard the same thing from the Spring Hill coach in the prior game. That one popped up on the infield. Second baseman calling, ranges into short center field, and he makes the grab. So Jace Wilson retires his side, but in the inning, 1 more run across. For the top seed, Albany State, the Golden Rams lead this one by a score of 7-1. This is the 2023 SIAC Baseball Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate. Smile, you're on Cricket.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just a touch of a button. Because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream. All hearts and countless volunteers on.
Jeremiah Riddell. Start things off. Riddell, masterful performance for his 34-8 Albany State Golden Rams under Scott Hemmings. Fantastic job they've done so far in this game as they lead it 7-1 after winning their first game by a score of 15-5, but he's behind in the count 2-0 to the leadoff hitter in the order. The pitch. That one taken high.
Both streams seem to be down on her end. We're still waiting.
Trey Brown.
Our conference YouTube page.
Yeah, we're still up and running. It's
Pass that to Ken.
And the pitch drilled. Solid single for the leadoff hitter, Trey Brown. So Brown is aboard. Bottom of the 6th inning.
Yeah, that's a good start for them.
Yes, it is. I'm seeing it now.
Kentucky State, the Thoroughbreds,
Saying that one's live.
in need of base runners. They have one to begin this inning. Bottom of the 6th.
Now batting third baseman number 19, Daniel Moore.
Bottom of the 6th right now. Pitch count for Riddell at 55 pitches. So kind of a walk in the park for him right now. Nailed down at second and a good throw.
So we talked about being aggressive on the base paths, and they tried it there as Rob Henry in his 11th year looking to get something going. And Trey Brown is nabbed, caught stealing.
Well, yeah, you start thinking about it. Sometimes you go through took a foul ball there. You go through the methodology or what you're taught as the traditional way of doing things. There, you likely would not ordinarily send a runner when you're trailing by that much. But when you start talking about innings elapsing and your opportunities waning,
That one fouled off and out of play.
you almost pressed to try some things that are non-traditional.
Yeah, it's rare sight when Trey Brown gets stopped in his attempts to steal. He was 10 of 12 on the season before that one. As we've got a little heavier drizzle coming our way. So some of our friends here in the press box scampering to get their electric equipment put to the side. As the pitch, Riddell grounded down toward third, but fouling out of play. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. No men on board.
Thoroughbred starting to make a little bit more contact on the pitches from Riddell. But contact does not necessarily equate to base hits.
The pitch. Taken in the dirt. Daniel Moore. Single his first time up. Retired in his appearance back in the 3rd.
Just watching the window installation show here to our left.
Yeah. HGTV in living color, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Got the officials meeting.
Yeah, certainly not at this point. No consideration of this amount of rain being too heavy to stop play.
Still have one more coming your way here.
Let me know if you see anything if you're in the backyard.
In our other venue, Sherwood Christian Academy at last glance. Tuskegee with a 7-2 lead. Daniel Moore, third baseman. The pitch popped up sky high with the drizzle in his face. Shortstop makes the play. Hill Corley. No problems.
Yeah, real easy on that one.
So Moore is retired.
Just sitting here, Charles, comparing the release points for Riddell versus what we were seeing through Compton for Kentucky State. And again, that point that makes all the difference. These guys are not that different as it relates in terms of the height.
Joseph Esparza SIAC Player of the Year. Fielder's choice ground out, an RBI, his first plate appearance, grounded out back in the 4th inning. The pitch, he gets that one, it hits it deep, but it will be playable to the center fielder in right center. He makes the catch to retire the side.
That's smooth work by Riddell. We'll talk about those release points when we get back.
Six complete from ASU, their baseball stadium, as we are witness to a 7-1 game and a new pitcher coming on when we return. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate. Smile, you're on Cricket.
With Academy.
Third baseman Austin Roberts, number 10, leads things off as we're in the top of the 7th inning. 7-1 game. The top seed, Albany State, over the 5th seed, Kentucky State. The Thoroughbreds trailing in this one as they bring on a new pitcher. And his first pitch is over for a call strike.
That's the junior Jalen Anderson from Chicago.
Second pitch is fouled off and out of play. So he's quickly ahead in the count. No balls and 2 strikes.
Saw some aggressive running by Roberts. One of the times he was up just in this ball game. Don't think it was the last time. Might have been at bat prior to that where he had that double. Just made up his mind as soon as he got it up the middle that he was going to second on it. And then with a good slide to beat the throw.
So Rob Henry's third pitcher, Jalen Anderson, and for Dylan Compton, who relieved the starter, Solomon Reed. And through all of that, only 4 hits, but 7 runs across by virtue of those base on balls that we touched on.
Yep, back to Coach Henry's point prior to the ball game. Key is to eliminate the free bases. The staff just was not able to do it, or has not been able to do it so far in this contest.
That one is lifted and to the gap, left center.
See if he'll go for two this time. No, he parks it at first on that shot.
So a leadoff single
Catcher number 16.
by Austin Roberts brings up the catcher, Dominic Retigliano. Retigliano, sacrifice fly and an RBI back in the second. Got on board by way of a base on balls and a run scored back in the fourth.
Charles, I'm at this point challenged to recall an inning that Albany did not have at least a base runner. May have to put that to our statistician, Ken, to see if he can.
That one gets away. Hustling down there. The catcher's not always fleet of foot, but Retigliano showcasing the speed. Stand corrected, that was Roberts showcasing the speed. The third baseman. Pass ball allowing him to get down to second. Retigliano at the plate. Headed to count, 3 balls and no strikes. The 3-0. Over for call strike. Anderson 0 for 4 this season. The reliever for Kentucky State, a 24.60 ERA. Three balls and 2 strikes. Runner at second. Pitch. That misses for ball 4. So Anderson, like his predecessors, Reed and Compton, delivering another base on balls in this contest.
Yeah, we were pondering the question a few seconds ago, Charles, about whether there has been an inning in this ball game where Albany State has not had a runner. And statistician Ken is just confirming it on his end, that indeed there has been for every inning at least one runner on base for the Golden Rams. You like your shots when that happens.
Recheck my math. That was the 10th base on balls yielded to the Golden Rams from the Thoroughbreds. And the open base creates the force play along the infield. 2 balls and no strikes to number 21, Lavoisier Fisher. He grounded out his last time up. It was an RBI and then scored a run. The pitch. He pops this one to deep center field, but playable. High in the air, the catch is made, and now the throw back as the runner tags and moves down to third. Run at first holds, and Roberts advancing down on the sacrifice fly.
Yeah, nice job there getting it deep enough to send him over to third. Thoroughbreds recognizing all along that the play, if they had one, was going to be at second base. But a runner at first, wisely holding there.
So that'll bring up Zane Ross. He scored his last time up. Also has an RBI, a stolen base. Has advanced by way of a wild pitch. He's pretty much seen it all. Also one of those guys that's gotten on base by way of a base on balls in his last plate appearance. He's actually stolen 2 bases in this game. Headed the count, 2 balls and no strikes to Anderson and the Thoroughbreds, who trail in this one by a score of 7-1. 1 run on 4 hits and 1 error. 7 runs on 5 hits and no errors. Is that one in the dirt? Tigliano thought about it. So a double play would be outstanding for the Thoroughbred Nation. Anderson kicks and fires, and he misses. That is ball 4. Number 11.
Starting to wonder now, Charles. We have to put the question to our statistician Ken again. If not, every player that started are bad at 4. Albany State has been issued a walk in this game.
Well, I can answer that one, no.
Yeah.
Not everyone. So I go down the list here. Jonathan Logsdon, appropriately at the plate, has not.
Oh.
Nor has Luke Addison, as that's a solid single out to left field, scoring 1 run. Now a second one headed toward the plate, and he scores. So a pair of runs on the base knock.
Thoroughbreds may have had a chance on that play at the plate had Daniel Moore fielded that throw from left field cleanly.
So Jonathan Logsdon, who has not gotten a base on balls, one of the few Golden Rams in the game, still hasn't. But he's glad to have his 3rd RBI of the game.
He'll swap that for a walk any day of the week.
And the lead has improved to 9-1 as Roberts and Retigliano scored. You've got Ross on at second, Logsdon on at first for Nate Lloyd, the cleanup hitter.
Ross almost halfway to third base on the last pitch.
That one is smoked. Left center field,
Oh,
and what an incredible over-the-shoulder catch that is made. What a play by Zion Lewis.
Absolutely phenomenal. Ran that down. Snow cone catch near the base of the wall. Just outstanding.
And the Thoroughbreds, after that lengthy run, deserve a 7-inning stretch, and you deserve one as well, as we've completed 6.5 innings in this one. It's a 9-1 game. The top seed, Albany State, with a 9-1 advantage, as this is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G boss mode activate. Smile, you're on Cricket.
9-1 is our score, 8-run deficit for Kentucky State as they'll come up to bat in the bottom half of the 7th inning. 2 more across in that last inning for Albany State. But a sparkling defensive play by Zion Lewis. So he went deep into right center field. The center fielder was converging, and he reached out with his left hand and made the sparkling grab to end the inning.
Clear example of no substitution for speed.
And no giving up as well with that huge deficit.
Indeed.
So we talked about the defensive effort earlier in which the right fielder allowed the ball to come up shy and eventually were wound up resulting in run scored as that one is into the left corner. It's a fair ball. It drops in. And that's a single out to right field for number 1. And a solid beginning there for Jace Wilson and company.
Yeah, so they've hit Riddell up now for 5 hits in the ball game.
So Riddell responsible for all 5 hits. He's been in there throughout. Talked about his record, 10-0 on this season. 20-0 over the last 2 seasons. He gets the ground ball to third, second for 1, back to first, and he's pulled off the bag. He tried every effort possible to keep that foot on the bag, but could not. Needed to wear his size 12s. The 11.5 was not enough.
Lloyd, the second baseman, coming up out of that, patting his chest, telling the shortstop and the first baseman, that's my bad. The throw was just a bit off.
So a fielder's choice ground out. Retires Wilson at second. Fletcher's on board for the catcher, the pot of Felix.
Beg your pardon on that. That was Lodgden at second.
That one popped up. And it's playable to the left fielder. Ranges over on the warning track and makes the catch. So we talked about how that left field, you can get a ride going. And even with the wind blowing straight away right field, it still carried significantly.
Just want to point out one thing here on that play, Charles, is that perhaps this left fielder may have been the only one that can make that play because it's getting so close to the track and to the fencing that if you're not familiar with this park, probably another player will pull up on that.
Yeah, you've got a little extra area over there in foul ground. That's not common.
Sure, but you got to know that it's there.
Right, that's right. So 2 outs now. Cedric Polnitz at the plate. Popped out and struck out. Grounds this one fouled. Trayvon Fletcher back to first. To finish up the numbers on Riddell, coming into this game 10-0, 1.95 ERA. This is his 12th start of the season. 4 complete games, 69 1/3 innings, 55 hits, 20 runs, 15 of those earned. And 59 strikeouts to begin the proceedings here today. This one is topped back to the pitcher, and there he is, right on cue. Riddell to retire the side.
He makes it look easy.
Just a picture of confidence as he leads his team back to the dugout. We played 7 full, no runs in the inning. And we are looking at the final 2 innings, last opportunities for Kentucky State as they trail the 5th seed, trails the number 1 seed Albany State by a score of 9-1 in the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships as it returns right after this.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just the touch of a button. Because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
And welcome back. Happy to have you guys for the final run in this one, the final couple of innings. We're in the top half of the 8th inning. Thoroughbreds in the field. Kentucky State trailing by a score of 9-1. And a new pitcher has come on. It's the golfer, Nick Price. The freshman Nick Price coming in, making his 3rd appearance of the season. 1 2/3 innings.
You're definitely from Augusta.
Yeah, you would think I'd lived there all my life. Just finished up my 25th Masters. That one is popped up on the infield. Shallow right field, the second baseman ranging over. And Jace Wilson makes the grab.
Designated hitter number 22.
So he retires Hill Corley. Brings up the DH, Tucker Jordan. So Jordan, one of those guys that got on base by way of a base on balls and came around and scored back in the 2nd. Came to the plate again in the 5th and got on base by way of an error. Hit by a pitch back in the 6th.
As you record yet another pitcher for the Thoroughbreds on the mound with Price. It's clear now that Coach Henry just trying to save arms and throw some of these other younger pitchers into the tournament playoff mix to get through this one, with the idea of the task ahead if the score stays the way that it is and they play out of the elimination bracket.
Yeah, for Price, he's a young man that, of all the players on their team, he has had some difficulty in that limited time on the hill, inheriting some runs and trying to get through things. Still learning. It's a big transition from high school to college.
No doubt. Recall my days, it certainly was.
Yeah, it's given up 9 hits and 11 runs, all of those earned in his 1 2/3 innings. The pitch. He misses.
I think what's happening is it's changing.
Tucker Jordan's aboard
It's changing the same.
with yet another base on balls.
If you go, are you able? Are you in front of your computer now?
So 1 out in the inning. We'll bring on Luke Addison.
Friends on Facebook.
Addison's the only player
So we can.
on the roster, with the exception of the young man we talked about earlier.
Because we're trying to make sure we get.
They had not yet had a base on balls in the game, that being Jonathan Logsdon.
Both things are not staying up.
These two, the only two on the starting unit, not to advance by way of a pass ball or base on balls.
We need to use that other.
Addison, second team All SIAC, and voted Utility Player of the Year for the conference as well.
Scored a run early, struck out, grounded out, flied out.
And if I can see your screen while you're doing it, that I can point to tell you where to go to make sure we do it.
The 1-1 pitch. Nick Price
Okay.
almost got it by him, fouled off and out of play.
Well, because I think what's going to happen is if we send that one, what you just sent me, if I put that one up, it's going to knock the ASU field back off again. So that's why, go ahead and finish that and call me back. And I should be able to walk you through it, because I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
1 ball, 2 strikes, and 1 man out. That one is lifted, left field, playable, and the catch is made by Zion Lewis.
That's real easy for him. Things we've seen him do today.
As Luke Addison is retired. That'll bring up the third baseman, Austin Roberts. Roberts has scored twice, has an RBI single as well as a double. He's really 3 for 3 along with a base on balls in this game.
Thought on that last single, he may try to stretch it to a double. Pulled up the brakes and stayed at first.
So we talked about the efficiency of this Albany State team, 15 runs, not even double-digit hits in their last contest, nearing the double-digit scoring column with 9 runs, and doing so on only 6 hits here today.
Just shows the interesting levels of baseball, how things can unfold.
Be curious to see if they make it to the championship round and keep with this this number of hits and victories. What's the fewest to win an SIAC championship? It's still very early.
Sure.
We'll be tasking our man Ken. See if he can help us with that number a little later on.
Ken can do anything.
Yeah, don't want to get ahead of ourselves. It's a long way and a lot of baseball left to be played, as that one is high for ball 4. So Roberts is aboard. That'll advance Tucker Jordan down to second.
Third baseman number 10, Austin Roberts.
I'm busy over here. You didn't tell me there was a new battery.
13 base on balls in this game.
Early on, we're clipping at a pretty good pace when Reed was still on the mound for the Thoroughbreds.
Dominic Retigliano at the plate. The catcher, he scored twice. Slow grounder down to third, picked up And the throw delayed on the double clutch. Daniel Moore unable to find the first base bag. So that'll go down as a hit and an error.
Now, what threw his rhythm off was the runner crossing in front of him. And kind of wait to get sight of the baseball. Once it came to him, you're right, he just had the double clutch to reset. And that just threw his firing system way off.
And allowed Tucker Jordan to score. So one more run. And this one will be in the books.
You talk about baseball being a game of rhythms and just routine. When you're an infielder and you're used to fielding balls, you're normally used to fielding them without an interference or a distraction of someone cutting in front of you. Timing with your steps and everything is just perfect. But when that happens, sometimes that throws you off, and it'll throw everything off as a result.
Lavoisier Fisher.
Did you say Cavassier?
Lavoisier. It's not 5 o'clock yet. Or maybe it is.
Somewhere.
The pitch. Pop back foul. Fisher has scored once. Back in the fourth inning. 2 sac flies, a ground out, and a strikeout. And unofficially 13 base on balls has been the undoing of Kentucky State. That went over the head of the hitter, Fisher.
It's kind of a little wiffle ball action on that one. May have slipped out of the hands of Price. It's kind of around the back.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Second base is open. And it's out of the strike zone. The count goes full. And the runner, at least at first, will be going. The pitch swung on and popped towards center, shallow center. Making the play, though, is the left fielder who was shading him that side, the left-handed hitter. Playing him a little shallow, and that will retire the side. The fly out by Lavoisier Fisher closes out the inning. So unable to close the game out by way of the run rule, but 1 across. In the top half of the 8th inning, we go to the bottom of the 8th with a 9-run advantage for the top seed Albany State here in Albany, Georgia. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships. It continues in just a few moments on the Black College Sports Network. No, it's just kind of joking about if Albany State were to continue. They had 7 hits the first game. They've got 7 hits in this game. What's the fewest hits to win a championship in the SIAC? Yeah, to score as many points. Right. Right. Yeah, we've had several games. I do Augusta University. We had several games in which we had 19, 16, 18 hits, that type of thing, but not a higher number of runs to the hits. I have unofficially, I've got 13 base on balls. I did. She's not using the second year like she's supposed to. And thank you so much, Duke. Duke working the producer's chair here in game number 2.
Yeah, getting his introduction to it.
Broadcast partner, Charles Ward. I'm Charles McNeil. Ward and the Mac Daddy. New program here on the Black College Sports Network.
See, you're trying to live that down, but you keep putting it out.
Well, no, I just having fun with a 10-1 game. It makes it easy. Yeah, the other possible name of our show could be Charles is in Charge.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We got the executive producer here, so we're throwing out some different ideas.
And then as soon as they heard the first commentary, it would be clear which Charles was in charge.
1 ball and 1 strike. Riddell still working. Curveball, beautiful pitch there.
Yeah, he's got another complete game fully in sight.
In search of his 11th victory on the year. His 21st victory over the past 2 seasons without a blemish.
Boy, that's a coach's dream there. Feels like almost every time you send him up to the hill, you're going to come away with a real good result.
Check swing, and he went. That is strike 3 on Jace Wilson.
Center fielder number 22, Kelton Saylor.
Correction, that was Zion Lewis, the last place hitter. Last batter as he is grounding down on the first pitch. Kelton Saylor.
Shortstop.
So 2 up and 2 down. Brings up Trey Brown, the leadoff hitter.
So Riddell always trying to refine his pitching game. After that grounded to him on the mound, it's halfway between the mound and first. Tossed it over to the first baseman. Didn't get it elevated like he wanted to. So doing practice tosses on his way back to the mound for the next time he has to do it.
Congratulations goes out to Edward Waters. They were victorious over Lane, eliminating Lane from competition.
And just saw the contingent from Edward Waters already here at this facility. They will be on the ticket for the nightcap here.
You'll be on the play-by-play call for that one.
I will.
That's what I hear, at least.
I kind of like what you're doing.
As the pitch. Slapped out toward right, turning the corner, and he's on his way towards second. The throw in, it's cut off. So a double right there for Trey Brown. He's got 2 hits in this ball game. Make that 3 hits in the ball game. A pair of doubles and now, a pair of singles and now a double to go along with it.
Yeah.
In great position.
Had a chance to see him on yesterday in action and came away with the impression that he's a solid baseball player.
Yeah, I've been impressed by a lot of these athletes so far. Your Division II level.
That's absolutely true, Charles.
North Greenville won the national championship last year. Chance to see that team play earlier this year, and these teams are equal to that task. It's the Albany State, the top seed. It's competed with some of the best over the course of their season. After losing their first game, they reeled off, so they're losing 2 of their first 3. So runner in between opportunities there. They lost 2 of their first 3 and then just ran the table. Losing to Columbus State out of the Peach Belt and Valdosta State. They were able to rebound with Slew of victories in conference. The pitch. Punched. Foul. Down the left field line. Someone's going to have to get some exercise or run down and retrieve that baseball. We could just leave it down there and we could go retrieve it afterwards. I'll take that sprint.
While you go check your windshields, you could.
There you go. That's right. That's right. I get a good vantage point. Checking on the runner. They allowed the thoroughbred player to go down and get the baseball. Daniel Moore fouls it off. So Moore retired twice, but has a base hit back in the opening frame. As he grounds this one down to third. Up with it, Roberts. His throw pulls the first baseman off the bag. Now the throw to the plate with the bat in front of him. He slides safely in, and now on to second goes the runner. And we'll have a pair of errors on that one.
Yeah. The thing that Coach Hemming was talking about at the beginning, that they wanted to play relaxed baseball. He said he saw some instances where they didn't do it in their win over Tuskegee and wanted to eliminate that today. But right here near the end of the ball game, it resurfaces, as you indicate, 2 errors in that sequence.
Yeah, the corner infielders targeted for that, Austin Roberts and Nate Lloyd. Allowed the run to score, and it's 10-2. Trey Brown crossing the plate. That one's topped down toward third. He'll take his time and fire. That's low, but this time the first baseman, Lloyd, keeps his foot on the bag and scoops it to retire the side. 8 full are in the books here at Albany State University on the West Campus. We've got an 8-run lead for the top seed. The Golden Rams lead this one by a score of 10-2. In the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships, it rolls on right after this.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Top of the 9th inning. The team that plays on the home field, the visitors in this one, Albany State, the top seed, with a 10-2 advantage, 10 runs on 7 hits and 2 errors. Kentucky State, the 5th seed, under Rob Henry in his 11th season, 2 runs on 6 hits and 2 errors. And we've got our 5th pitcher coming into the game for Kentucky State and the Thoroughbreds. All you need is love, as Brandon Love comes in, the junior.
Just looking at Love on the mound just takes me back to my first year playing at FAMU. I was a pitcher, and then one of our pitchers in the rotation was a guy that had the same physical look as Love. Heavier set pitcher. His name was Jeff. And we all called him Mudfish. It's my running buddy. It's a good guy.
For Albany State,
And nothing like those relationships
Oh, sure.
that come from sport. How'd you guys do?
We had a pretty good squad. Yeah, we had Vince Coleman leading off for us.
Oh, yeah, that would help.
Yeah. And then following him in the lineup was Bill Lucas's son.
Oh, yeah.
And then following him in the lineup was Hank Aaron's son. So we won our share of games.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Leadoff hitter here in the ninth inning is Zane Ross. Ross scored a run back in the sixth. Started the game by getting on base by way of a base on balls. Advanced to second on a wild pitch, but was hung out to dry there. Fielder's choice back in the second. Three base on balls in his plate appearances, so he's patient. 3 balls and 1 strike here to Brandon Love. Love rocks and fires. That one is fouled off and out of play.
I saw that one hit the ground over there, so I'm pretty sure you're safe on that one, Charles.
Yeah, that one I think.
Might have gotten a headlight, though.
Yeah, could have gotten one. From what I understand, I got a headlight that's faulty. As that one is, maybe it'll shake it back into place. As that one's lifted out to center, shallow center, and the catch is made by Saylor.
Second baseman, number 3, Jonathan Logden.
So Jonathan Logden steps in.
The only player that has not had a base on balls. Is that one of the ones we were talking about?
He is the one. Yep, one of the ones. Third place hitter in the order.
This is how that looks. It's a lot clearer when it's on this screen. Like you see.
Love uses the left side of the pitcher's mound. Some guys like to operate right there at the center.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of basically off the edge of the rubber. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, that's where I would start. I was a lefty. And throwing across your body, that'll kind of get you more a directional shot at home plate when you finish up.
Yes.
Don't see it much with right-handed pitchers, though.
That was opposite field hit into the gap, and it'll go all the way to the wall. Rounding first, headed to second, and he's not going to stop there. Heading on to third. There will not be a throw as he's in there standing up.
Digging out for that triple.
First triple we've seen here in 2 days of action.
Number 15, Nathan Lloyd.
Jonathan Logsden, the second baseman from Albany State. The Golden Rams may not be done. 10 runs. Doing so on 7 hits. They had 15 runs on 7 hits in their first contest. As Nate Lloyds checks in. First baseman. Smashes that one foul.
Yeah, like you referenced a little while ago, although Brandon Love is a junior for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, just a chance here for Coach Henry to get some of these players who, during the course of the regular season, may not ordinarily get a chance to do some throwing from the mound.
Especially when you play on a world-class team
Sure.
like this.
That's a reference point for sure.
Starters go deep.
Yeah,
Love with a 6.91 ERA. This is his 8th appearance. 1 start this year. 14 1/3 innings. 20 hits, 11 runs, all of them earned. 7 strikeouts along the way. That one is punched and is deep and way back, going, gone, goodbye. A 2-run shot off the bat of Nathan Lloyd.
Yeah, I love leaving that one right across the plate. Lloyd did the rest on his own. Parked it deep in right field.
Logsdon scored in front of him. And that'll bring up the number 5 hitter in the order, Hill Corley.
Still only 1 out in this inning as well. Here, Charles. Hey, talking about showing Brandon Love some love. Didn't get much on that one with that 2-run shot.
Brandon Love have to resettle now after giving up the long ball. Falls behind in the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Very deliberate pitcher. The pitch. Wow. That one just missed.
Yep, close there on that pitch.
He rocks and fires. That one, another solid single. Sure. A triple, a home run, and now a single. Hill Corley providing the last of those. Puts him on at first for the designated hitter, Tucker Jordan.
Sure Love does not want this to be his lasting memory from tournament play. It's been a real rough entry for him here in this ball game.
Number 4, Jalen Brooks.
With the likelihood that the Thoroughbreds will be going into the elimination bracket. Hopefully he'll have a chance to get back on the mound.
Curveball is over. He works against Tucker Jordan, the DH, who scored his last time up. He scored twice in this game by virtue of a base on balls back in the second. Got advanced to the second base as that one is popped up and playable. As the out is made,
Right fielder number 14, Luke Addison.
I think we were told that was a pinch hitter, not
It
Jordan.
was. It was.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, we can't see the front of the jerseys, or the number rather on the front of the jersey. These are on the
Brooks. Number 4, Jason Brooks for the Go to Rams.
Mr. Jalen Brooks, a senior. So Brooks provides the second out in the inning, and that one's fouled off. Working with Brian Fulford yesterday, he was concerned about our window being the only one that's open in a line shot.
I kid you not, I thought about that earlier today. It's like, this is the perfect cue shot area.
Yeah, every time the ball would foul in this direction, he would duck his head. I told him with that big glove he had in his right hand, he could easily just reach up and grab it.
I thought about that earlier today. It's like, man, that could happen.
First opportunity for me to work with Brian, and he bought us dinner last night.
Ah, wow. I'm going to see if I can switch partners here.
I felt like I was Charles in charge, as you said earlier. That one is drilled. Oh, bad hop, and it hits him in the head. Took that one off the head, and he's down. The out was made at second, and the player is down.
It's Chase Wilson.
Really excruciating pain. Jace Wilson.
Yeah, he was head down gunning for the baseball, and the baseball hit something and bounced straight up and right side of, or left side of his head. Is that where they made the contact?
We have an injury on the field. We're going to take a timeout. Thoughts and prayers with that young man, Jace Wilson, of the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. You're watching the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just the touch of a button, because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Back at Albany State, final out was recorded off the deflection. I believe it was off the side of the head of Jace Wilson, who is walking off the field under his own power. It's a great sign, as I'm sure he'll be checked by the medical staff after the training staff took a good look at him. As a matter of fact, I look at the sports trainer still over there with him, walked him all the way back to the dugout seat. Make sure he's okay.
Sure, not sure if you mentioned it in your comments, but that certainly is going to warrant that concussion protocol for sure.
Congratulations goes out to Tuskegee as they defeated Miles by a final count of 7-4. Jumped out to a 2-0 lead, increased that to 5-2. A 5-2 advantage by way of the bottom of the fifth inning, and then added two more. Miles came back with two of their own for that 7-4 victory. So we've got a pinch hitter coming into the game. Our pitcher, who's been rock solid all day long, will get an opportunity to face a pinch hitter in the last opportunity here in the bottom of the ninth to keep the game alive.
Just want to check, make sure I got my bracketing right and up to date. So with Tuskegee winning and with Savannah State falling to Spring Hill here in this venue, so Savannah State will go over to Sherwood Academy to meet Tuskegee in the final contest over there at 6. And Edward Waters is already here waiting what appears to be the Golden Rams or the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State.
Got a pinch hitter to lead him in, as we mentioned. Coming into the game, Antonio Chambers. Chambers, a junior outfielder. Comes in for the designated hitter. Swung on and missed. Correction, he actually came in for Jace Wilson, who was injured. So he bats here.
Just looking at Riddell as he continues to work here in the bottom of the ninth. Does not seem to have lost any of its velocity on his fastball.
So after Chambers struck out, Trayvon Fletcher at the plate. Ground ball down towards second. Logsdon has it, throws over to Lloyd, and 2 down. So I'll bring up the catcher, Isaiah Zapata Felix. The pitch, grounded. Pay to Felix. Grounded out. And flying out in this one. If he can keep the inning alive. The big guy, Cedric Polnitz, comes up. They need 10 runs. This bottom half of the ninth inning, or they'll move into the loser's bracket as that's grounded towards short. Up with it is Corley. His low throw is dug out by Nate Lloyd. And that is the ball game. The 11th victory without a defeat for Jeremiah Riddell.
Nice performance by him.
He continues his mastery all season long and into the postseason. In his first start in the championship round of the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Tournament, the victory goes to the top seed by a score of 12-2. Charles, what a tremendous game of baseball we saw out of the guests here today on their home field.
Indeed. Talked about that coming into the contest, that what the real factors of this ball game, and one of the keys for them is they just wanted to be out there and play relaxed baseball. Fell behind 1-0 at the end of the first inning, but after that, at the performance of Riddell kind of setting the stage, once they got going, took a lead, it was lights out from there. Picked up 3 in the second, and then 3 in the fourth, got 1 in the sixth, and then 2 more in the seventh, and then 2 more in the ninth. So just an outstanding performance by them. Exactly what Coach Hemming wanted out of this team today, for them to get into that state where they were playing Albany State-type baseball, and they did that extremely well today. Just no answers from the pitching staff for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State to quell that push by Albany State. And really not so much the hitting, because we talked about that. It was more so the free bases that Coach Henry warned about in his pregame comments, unfortunately came true for the Thoroughbreds. They just were not able to keep the Golden Rams off the base pads.
Great observations, and certainly looking forward to our third and final game on this field. And also the same will be said for Brian Fulford, who will be over at Sherwood Christian Academy in the losers bracket game that's scheduled to start just a little bit after 6 p.m. Be sure to keep it locked to the SIAC YouTube channel and mybcsn1.net for upcoming schedules of games. So from our broadcast partner, Charles Ward, our producer, Duke, Ken, the official scorer in the press box, helping us out with the numbers, and all the hardworking men and women on our production crew. I'm Charles McNeil saying so long. Your final score once again, 12-2, Albany State victorious. You've been watching the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships. It continues in just a little bit.
for months. Ignore him. Credit Versio's brilliant software scans all 3 credit bureaus, finds the accounts that are hurting your score, and guides you through the entire process. Anyone can do it. Let's fast forward and see the results. Wow, I fixed my own credit and saved hundreds. You can do this. Visit creditversio.com.
T. Madden and Associates is a sophisticated and experienced law firm located in your neighborhood. We're turning injury to cash.
T. Madden and Associates obtained almost $2 million for my injury. They turned my injury to cash.
Now, we can't guarantee how much your injury is worth, but we've recovered millions for our clients.
Call T. Madden and Associates at 833-PAID-123. That's 833-PAID-123.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to another live episode of the ONG Strike Zone. I'm Brian Fulford, joined by my Rattler brothers, Kelvin Rozier and Marcus Green, and it's good to be on with you on another beautiful Wednesday evening, the third day of May, my favorite month of the year, without saying. So it's good to be on with you guys. Kelvin, how you doing tonight? No, don't do it. He's fired it up. Well, you go ahead. You got some new toys over there that you just itching to play with. I can tell.
I'm good. I'm good, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
No, man, it's all good, man. I'm glad to be with the guys.
All right. We'll see if that internet connection holds for you over there. Marcus, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Pondering philosophies and stuff. Because if orange is the new black,
orange is the new black.
If orange is the new black, does that mean that FAMU shorts are the new black Air Force Ones?
Deep thoughts with Marcus Green. Might be a new segment we need to be thinking about, Kelvin. Deep thoughts with Marcus Green. Just kind of start running those as little intros coming back from commercial breaks.
Yeah, my man at the grocery store. I don't know if you saw that clip. Had on the FAMU shorts.
Woo!
Acting like he had some black Air Force Ones on.
Hey.
Give him some that right. Say that N word again. Say it again.
You're going to learn today. Hey, the funniest part of that whole video, and those who haven't seen the video, you know if you've seen it. There's a guy who just randomly, I feel like he just randomly throws an orange at the guy. You know who I'm talking about? The guy who's like in a pink salmon shirt or something like that. He, for whatever reason, he knew that the dude was wrong. And for some reason, I don't know what he threw. It looked like he threw an orange or an apple or some kind of produce at the dude as he fell. Now the dude had already hit him, and knocked him to the ground. And then he just kind of throws an orange at him. Like, yeah, man, stay down. What's wrong with you, dude? We don't do that here. And it's the funniest thing. Like, when videos like that happen, I'm always watching everybody else. After you watch it the first couple times, I can watch that thing 5 times and see something different. Like the dude, like when the dude slapped him upside the head. He really slapped him, but he just kind of hit him on the back of the head like, you knucklehead, you going to learn today. And I just am like, bro, really? Did you just do that? But anyway, man, I mean, God, that's like my fear. I'm more triggered about.
Well, shopping is a pleasure.
Yeah, the Publix is supposed to be a great place to go. Not be in the back of the seafood section, getting called out your name and having to be in a viral moment. Jesus, man. Anybody who knows that brother, shout him out. I don't know if he's just a rattler or a fan but if he strikes me as family. So if somebody knows that brother in that video, shout him out. Maybe he doesn't want to be shot. You gotta be careful about these viral videos. Anyway, welcome to the O&G Strike Zone. Make sure you're following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at O&G Strike Zone. You can also download the show if you go to the Jericho Broadcast Network's app on the Google Play and Apple App Store. You can download the show, and the show we're happy to be on. Kenneth Rozier, first one to jump in the chats there. What up, Rozier? That might be somebody you know there, Kelvin.
Oh yeah,
yeah. B Starks jumps in as well. Good evening to you, B Starks. Good to see you. Mary 305 is always happy to see you. And always Chuck Hunt, always one of the top 5 to get in. Chuck, good evening from Monroe, Louisiana. Good evening, Chuck. Melissa Wilson also jumping in. Good evening, Melissa. Hello, Tamara T. Also jumping in. Meredith jumps in as well. So good to see Rattlers, excuse me, from far and wide jumping in early on the show. We got a lot to talk about today. Coming up, I'll set the guest lineup. Coming up at the bottom of hour number 1, we're going to talk to a former FAMU quarterback, former NFL quarterback, a Hall of Famer, and the current head coach at Albany State, Coach Quinn Gray, is going to help us kind of dissect a little bit of what we saw this past weekend. Excuse me. You know what's interesting, guys, on a draft where it was a historic draft day, think about it, we had 3 black quarterbacks drafted as the first 3 quarterbacks, picks 1, 2, and 4. Historic day, right? On the heels of also two African-American black quarterbacks signing major contracts within a 72-hour period. One of them signing the biggest contract just earlier that day. And for us, in our world, right, it's I'm going to use the word tragedy, because that's what it felt like to a lot of people, that only one HBCU player among the 11 FCS players were drafted. Isaiah Bolden from out of Jackson State in the 7th round. And so it left us shocked, needless to say. So, Kelvin, Marcus, I'll bring the first question to you of the night. At what point were you sort of alarmed or nervous or just kind of in shock as you watched the draft about the prospects of our guys or just the low turnout numbers for HBCU players? Kelvin?
I wasn't surprised. I didn't anticipate anybody into the 5th round anyway. But I was surprised after the 5th round ended that no one had been drafted. only because I understand that Isaiah was considered a tweener because he was a little light. But I thought he did everything he needed to do. He checked a lot of boxes. He was a national player of the year. He went to the combine and he went to the Reese's Bowl and by all accounts played well. And I mean, he has that 6'4" frame, he had a pretty clean record, background, personality, all that good stuff. So he checked a lot of boxes, and he had a lot of people vouching for him. So I mean, we HBCU folks weren't the only ones surprised by him not getting drafted. I mean, you had a lot of NFL folks who were questioning that. Now, so that was surprising. I didn't. I'll be honest. I didn't know about the. I know he was rated higher, but the guy from the offensive lineman, Mark Evans from Pine Bluff,
UAPB.
Yeah, I had not seen him pop. Usually when a guy is projected to draft, you've seen where on film he's put it on film, right? I don't know where that guy put from
We're getting sniped today. Marcus, why don't you? Oh, go ahead.
Hear me?
Yeah, we got you. We got you now. You were kind of coming out a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, all right. So it didn't surprise me, except for Isaiah. I would say is the only not getting drafted at all. It was a surprise, and but if you look historically at what the NFL has done over the last 4 years, and there was a lot of folks who pointed this out. The FCS just got locked out. Period. It wasn't just HBCUs.
Right.
So, unfortunately, the bias is real.
Marcus, your thoughts?
Well, similar to Kelvin, I was surprised that at the very least Mark Evans and Isaiah didn't get drafted at all on day 3. I projected. I just kind of speculated there'd be day 3, and we've seen historically that even players from Power 5 and FBS, they catch a twinkle in some of the scouts and some of the GM's eyes. So you kind of know that they may not be, I guess they have potential, but they may not have had the numbers, but they have the film against competition, and I guess they have something that would allow them to be drafted. But I was really surprised that so many of some of the HBCU prospects turned out to be undrafted free agents. I was a little disappointed in that. But one thing I know we've talked about and mentioned in various circles is that, the NFL can play that waiting game, even if someone is talented, and we see that the Cowboys 2 years in a row got FAMU undrafted free agents, and some of the top players we've had come through the program in the last probably 10 years or so or more. But the economics of the NFL, when you start giving away big contracts, you have to fill in spots on a more economic basis, and using undrafted free agents. And even if you can get HBCU talent, whether someone doesn't value as much, but if you can get talent that other teams don't value at low cost, you have to balance out your salary cap somehow with talent, or you're going to lose talent. So if you're dedicating 10-15% of your salary cap to a quarterback, and then you add it to the defensive end and all the other expensive positions, then you have to get talent somehow. So even if the market drives HBCU and FCS prospects to the undrafted free agent pool, that still allows them to, by not getting drafted, it allows the teams to get some degree of quality talent at low cost.
So despite not being drafted as we thought, especially for Isaiah, he does end up with the Cowboys, who, I think that's a good landing place for him, especially given the fact that they just, they picked up Marquise Bell the year before. There's an opportunity in who's the coordinator at the former Falcons coach, Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn.
Isn't he the DC? Yeah.
Yeah, he's the defensive coordinator, and he's got a track record of kind of getting tweeners like from Bruce Irvin and gosh, I can't remember the other guy's name, but developing tweeners. And Vic Beasley, when he was with the Falcons head coach, he was kind of a smallish linebacker and turned him into a rush linebacker. I mean, they both did well in college and piqued some interest, but he got a little bit out of Vic Beasley and he got a lot out of Bruce Irvin.
So and just going and looking at what the a lot of the people who follow the Cowboys and their initial thoughts on the undrafted class, Isaiah was definitely one of the ones they liked. They had rated high, and I think everybody was talking about his tweener, being that tweener and being able to find out. But also, I think I wouldn't be surprised if there's another 10 to 15 pounds that they're hoping to add on to Isaiah, because in looking at and another thing, I think Isaiah is younger by about a year, maybe a year and a half, than some of the other people who were signed. Amazingly, there were a lot of 24-year-old guys that were signed. And a lot of those, we talked about the impact of COVID. There's a lot of older guys who picked up undrafted free agent contracts. So I think, they've seen his ability to keep 20 pounds on over the past month and a half since the end of the season, to the combines and so forth. And then I think that will yield a positive for him if they add another 10, 15 on him, right? Because I'm sure they will want him to get a little bit bigger. Now, Xavier Smith was interesting because I don't know if Xavier Smith was actually going to get drafted. I mean, the hype was really behind him, especially with the Steve Smith stuff and the NFL.com stuff. So I don't know if he necessarily was a draft guy, but again, with the intangibles of his body of work and his framework, he went to the perfect spot, I think, because excuse me, I'll point out to anybody who had a chance to listen to the HBCU Nightly broadcast on Saturday night. KJ Black, former FAMU passing game coordinator, I believe is what he was when he was with us.
Mm-hmm. Co-offensive coordinator.
Co-OC, went to the Rams. Now I think this is his second year. He just finished his second year with them. He mentioned that he was working with the wide receivers and scouting wide receivers. Well, hey, bingo. He knows Xavier. He knows his body of work, which there were people in the room who did not know Xavier's body of work. You know what I'm saying? And I will just say, hearing him talk about and advocating for Xavier and just the lack of knowledge that a lot of people seem to have, a lot of scouts. Like, a lot of scouts are coming around to HBCUs. How many did FAMU have recently? I mean, we had, 30-something?
24? I think it was 23, 24. I thought I was recalling that.
I thought it was more than that. But okay, you might be right. Maybe it was the year before when there was some. But it's a lot of people coming to HBCUs and making the HBCU tour, but either they're just checking a box on the tour, or they really there's a disconnect. So when we talk about guys getting signed as undrafted free agents, I ask you guys, 17 were signed as undrafted free agents. That's a +5 from a year ago. Is signing undrafted free agents the way for more guys, more than ever in the NFL? Is that going to be the way?
So, Brian, talent-wise, you would have thought that guys would have got a little bit more. The guys who were draft eligible from HBCUs would have got a little more play because of how well the guys performed last year. Mm-hmm. You look at Durant with the Rams and Houston with the Detroit Lions, and Joshua Williams with Kansas City Chiefs. the HBCU guys who got an opportunity and were drafted, they produce immediately. So you would have thought that given that track record, that the guys who had the numbers and stuff would have gotten the opportunity without having to go to undrafted free agent. But that's just not how it works, to be honest. And I add one more thing to it. We talk about the bias of those who doing evaluating and not having the access. That is true. What is also true, and this is a hard truth here, is that it is difficult to evaluate talent when we only play against each other, right? So outside of a few schools, a lot of HBCUs, they only play against each other. Well, there's not a lot of draft eligible talent in that scenario. So, it's difficult to project. The future ain't that great. Sometimes there's individual coaching. The coaching is pretty good, but honestly, when it boils down to me more than anything, is how much we put into our programs. The difference between the FBS and the FCS. We talk about Isaiah being a tweener. Well, if he had a better nutrition program and we supported him better, then that he probably wouldn't have been a tweener. He probably would have been 20, 25 pounds heavier. So, it's things like that. We being HBCU athletic administration, universities, and fans, we have to do more with more. It goes back to that. Also, those D1 schools, they have more coaches and more grad assistants. So they get individual attention to detail. So all those things matter. And so I think HBCUs have to do more to support their student athletes so they can be better evaluated also.
I'm glad before you jump in there, Marcus, I'm glad you finished what your comment on that on that line, Kelvin, because I was initially, when you said you thought that a lot of guys, like 4 guys got drafted last year. And I think that's when you try to compare 4 to 1 this year, it's not the same. Because really what we found out is that those 4 guys were very unique because of certain factors, whether it be their measurables, which is largely it, or their performance against Power 5 programs, right? So this year, the one guy who had the unique measurable was what? A guy who was 6'2", ran a 4.3, could play DB and be special teams.
And played at Florida State.
And he played at Florida State, right.
Right.
Yep. And of the 3 last year, or the 4 last year, I don't remember the 4th, but of the 3, James Houston was the only one that was an FBS transfer.
Right. So, needless to say, the guys from this year, obviously, there was the miss by Isaiah Land. Didn't get an opportunity to show what he could do against North Carolina. That sucked, and then he only played 8 games during the year. Anyone can tell you this year was not the same for Isaiah Land as it was last year. Now, who knows? If Isaiah Land would have came out last year, would he have been drafted? Who knows, Because you either have to, from what I'm hearing, and this is what it'll be great to kind of talk to Coach Gray about later on at the bottom of the hour. It sounds like, and we all have to be smart about how we talk about this, right? Because I don't want it to get lost when we talk about our world of HBCUs. Let's not miss out on the fact, again, historic day for the NFL draft. Right? 3 black quarterbacks were drafted. That's huge. Then, okay, now we talk about at this level and what it means. And I'm sorry, when guys don't get opportunities against the big names, the big teams, and they don't have these unique measurables, it becomes really tough at the HBCU level to get drafted. Doesn't mean they won't get an undrafted free agent contract, which nowadays, it's good money. If you make the team, it's paying good money. and so that's where I think we all have to come away. And then, yes, the things that we can control, like you just said, Kelvin, being more helpful in terms of building up the nutrition table. We've heard Coach Simmons talk about the nutrition table for how many years now?
Since he been here.
Since he got there, right? We didn't really understand the impact of that, but now, guess what? Now we hear and see, because we finally had somebody who possibly was really impacted by the fact that FAMU doesn't have the great nutrition table that another school might have. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Marcus, jump in there with a thought there off of the undrafted free agents, and I want to kind of hit and see what guys are talking about in the chat room. Go ahead.
Well, like I was saying earlier, for undrafted free agents, and I've seen the last 2 or 3 years where once you get to the later rounds, like 6th or 7th, that some advocate going the undrafted free agent route because you have an option. You have options in terms of teams vying for your attention, and you get different offers versus getting drafted in 6th or 7th round, and you may go to a team that is looking to build depth, but they may already have some people stacked at that position. So you can almost choose the best opportunity for you from a positional standpoint, because you can examine the rosters and figure out who's left, who do they have, who's a free agent, who's departing, all that type stuff, some of which you may or may not know at the time. As far as that being the route, I mentioned a little bit earlier about teams are looking to get diamonds in the rough because they're looking to kind of balance out the scale with top-heavy salaries and key positions. But also to Kelvin's point, we have some things we need to address, and it's kind of a combination of things in terms of the exposure and awareness of certain scouts, and it's great that Coach Black was in the room advocating for Xavier Smith. We don't have a whole lot of that. And we don't know to what degree we have that. And even the coaches that are there who are the same demographic as us, we don't know to what degree they have relationships with HBCUs. And given everything that's happened over the last 50 years as it relates to integration in sports, we have fewer and fewer, or actually more, going through the PWI standpoint and building careers that way. So that's what their experience and exposure happens to be. So we have an uphill battle there. And also as it relates to the preparation for the athletes themselves. In terms of, so their frame of reference could be, well, Isaiah Land, he's a physical specimen. But, if he would have gone to Alabama or if he would have gone to UCLA, would he be the same weight? I mean, he may have the same physical traits as it relates to his speed and his quickness off the ball and those things, and height, things that are inherent. But in terms of development, their frame of reference, once again, is the developmental programs, nutrition and everything else compared to what HBCUs can do. So if they see that someone is a diamond in the rough and could have developed even more had they gone to this program, that's another bias, probably unconscious bias, but an unconscious bias that, hey, this guy, if he would have gone to XYZ school that's playing FBS, that has a program in place and all the support and infrastructure and financial to build him up, then I would project him at this round versus the stage of development coming out of an HBCU, and I can't pound on the table for him, or I can't, if I compare. So there's a lot of things that go into it, and I'm speculating, but I'm just kind of bouncing off of what Kelvin was saying, was that, there's some areas of improvement if we wish to, in the HBCU programs, if we wish to counterbalance any of the negative things. And at some point, there has to be a meeting of convergence, not only what HBCUs can do, but a release of the inherent biases that some of the scouting community has as it relates to HBCU players. So it can't all just be on HBCUs, and it can't all just be on the NFL.
Two quick things I wanna add. Again, I have to emphasize to you, and I didn't get time to really kind of paste it into today's show, but if you can go find from HBCU Nightly on Twitter, their Twitter Space episode 45, the the fact that we have somebody who is from our world
in the room.
Recently.
KJ
in the
Dunn,
room.
right? He was in the room, because that is one of the greatest mysteries of all this. I can read down this Twitter thread from Jim Trotter. Great thoughts here, but we're guessing. A lot of us are guessing, trying to get, and yeah, we talked to a few people, but to actually hear it on record, to hear him talk about how this process is working and playing out. And I think he smartly did it in a way that I don't think it compromised his organization or anything that he does, but just something to make people think about. That is valuable, because it makes you say, while scouts, we expect these scouts to come around, and do the scouts really care about these players? Do the GMs? Do the owners? Because they seem to be fascinated with, and I've said this before, the Power Five, the 64, 65, the 5 major conferences, that is the minor league for the NFL. I don't care. You can't convince me anything otherwise. When 10 Alabama and 10 Georgia guys can go, and I don't know how many in total SEC guys and Big Ten guys go, that is their minor leagues. And they don't always make it. Shoot, I'm not saying that they all make the cut, but we're just talking about getting drafted, getting that sort of validation. That validation is really
access. Just having access. And to that point, I want to point out that Kamara Stevens has put himself in the
Don't go. Yeah, don't jump the gun. Don't jump the gun there with that one yet. Hold on. Let's hold that one for a second. I know where you want to go. Let's do this. Let's take a break, because I don't want to leave Coach Gray in the waiting room for long. We got him up, so we're going to take a short 2-minute break. Come back with Coach Quinn Gray. We're going to get a chance to talk to somebody who's been in the NFL. He signed as an undrafted. He worked his way through the system, and I'm sure he has lots of thoughts to share. And so we get a chance to hear from the Hall of Famer coming up on the other side. You guys hanging there with us. You're watching the ONG Strike Zone. We'll be back in just a moment.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com. All right, welcome back to the ONG Strike Zone. Brian, Kelvin, Marcus, and it's a pleasure to have on the coach, and let me backtrack. Let me give him his props in order. Former FAMU quarterback, former NFL cornerback, SIAC Hall of Famer, FAMU Hall of Famer, and currently the head coach of Albany State Rams, Coach Quinn Gray. Coach, how you doing, Coach?
I'm doing well, man. How about yourself?
Coach, it's good to be on. Good to be on. Coach, you got any extra light in that room? We wanna shine a light on you as much as possible.
Yeah, I just told my wife to turn on the light because I saw it was a little bit dark. Us dark skinned brothers have to have
You beat me to that, Coach.
Yeah. It's all good. Well, hey, in worst case, it'll work for the podcast on the BCSN Pod Zone in the audio format. So it's all good. It's all good. So hey, let's kind of start with. Let me just kind of ask how you were doing. How was spring football for you? You came in, really didn't have lots of time to sort of get everything in order. But how was spring? Let us know how spring was for you.
Spring was good, man. I think for us as a staff, we really didn't know what to expect coming in. Obviously, as a first time staff being together, and also me being the first time head coach. But I think for me, being places that I've been over the last several years and the experience that I've gotten from several coaches that I've been over allowed me to transition pretty smooth. But the kids were excited about the new direction that we're headed in at Albany State. And, for me, that was an easy part. The kids bought in fairly early. Everything that we did almost was different in what they've done in the past. And the changes that we've made, they were very, very open to. So we had a lot of fun during spring ball, man. Kids weren't used to necessarily. Oh wow, baby, that's a little bright. But it's the kids bought in. They had fun this spring. We got a lot of stuff accomplished this spring, and then the most important thing is we stayed healthy. So with that, we're going into the summer, into the fall healthy, with a very good idea of who's going to be doing what, along with some guys that we'll bring in this summer. And then after that, we'll hit the ground running as soon as we're able to, because we play fairly early with the first game against Wingate on August 31st.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, we're looking forward to following you. I know myself and my folks with the Black College Sports Network, I know we're excited about following Albany State and everybody in the SIAC this upcoming year. Okay, so obviously the NFL draft just happened this past weekend. Let's start with just your general thoughts or surprises, or maybe not surprised at all from what you saw after the weekend for not only just HBCU players, but FCS players that were drafted or not drafted.
I actually thought, first of all, like you said, it was a historic day with 3 African-American quarterbacks going in the top 5 picks. That is big. It's never happened. Will it ever happen again? I hope so, but it's probably going to be a long time before that happens again. And it just shows you the changes that are happening in the game of football on the NFL level. There's just no way these days with the speed of the defensive players that a quarterback can just be a sitting duck in the pocket anymore. You have to be athletic. You have to be able to maneuver in the pocket and then be able to use your legs to make plays these days. So, that is very indicative of how the draft went this past Saturday. But, on the note of the FCS and the HBCUs, for me, over the years, man, it's been frustrating. Myself, several other HBCU players that have gone to the NFL and proven that we're worthy of the opportunities that we get. And you would think with the proof in the pudding of guys like myself, Bully Bob Hayes, all these guys that came from FAMU, other HBCUs that are actual Hall of Famers, we got several Hall of Famers, guys in the Hall of Fame from HBCUs and the NFL Hall of Fame. So, with that, you would think that some of these GMs, some of these scouts would be more open to drafting HBCU players because they've proven themselves over the years. As I put a tweet out over the weekend after the draft, man, it's actually a travesty that every year we have to prove ourselves as free agents. There's just no way to me, and there's just no way the best defensive player in the FCS just a year prior just doesn't get drafted. That's unheard of. If you go back over the years and look, players that were players of the year in the FCS on the defensive side, on the offensive side, 9 times out of 10 got drafted. Where they got drafted, I don't know. It don't matter. But 9 times out of 10 they got drafted and was given the opportunity to see their name go across the screen. Because at the end of the day, as you guys have said, everybody wants to see their name go across the screen, go across that screen. But as we know, when that 4th, 5th round ends, it's almost like don't draft me. Because the advice that I got when I was coming out, I had a 5th, 6th round grade, but I also knew that if the 5th round came and I wasn't drafted, that and as bad as it may sound, you hope not to get drafted. And yet I listened to them, but I didn't want to hear that because, like, again, everybody want to see that name go across the screen and all that good stuff. But fortunately for me, the 6 teams that were interested in me and the 5 that called during the 7th round, I had my choice of which opportunity gave me the best chance to make an opening day roster, which opportunity gave me the best chance to go in and learn quickly and be able to pick up a system that I felt I could run coming from FAMU that was a wide open offense. And we didn't huddle. So it was who was going to help me develop the fastest. And obviously for me, that choice was Jacksonville, closer to home, coaches that I was familiar with because they came and worked me out. So with that, man, moving forward, I just sincerely hope that these GMs and these scouts are able to see the value in our young men that are playing on the HBCU level because they are deserving. And that's just the bottom line. Because I'm going to tell you the truth. I got a corner here at Albany State that, and there's no doubt that he should be given an NFL opportunity once his time is up. Because, coming down there to play against FAM, a couple of times they went at him and all that good stuff, Jari Turner and all that good stuff. They tried to go at him a few times. And then on the Division II level, it ain't too many people that caught passes on him this last year or so. So for me, it's important for me as a head coach and a guy that's been there to promote that. Obviously, there's not a whole lot that I could do besides, when they call, make sure I'm talking him up because he's a great kid and all that good stuff. But, it's still up to those 32 general managers and those hundreds of scouts to come out and do their due diligence and see him play. Obviously, there's only a number of scouts in and around the country, but they have to do their due diligence and coming to see the talent that's all around the HBCU scope. But at the end of the day, man, I sincerely hope something changes. Because again, over the last couple of years, as we saw, the guys that have been drafted from HBCUs are Division I FBS transfers. So it's not like they're drafting HBCU talent. They're drafting what we call kickback talent from FBS schools. So, until they recognize the ball that we play, and like Roger said, we do get in a little bit of a situation with only playing each other on the schedule. So, there are some things that we do to ourselves that we don't necessarily help our guys. So, that this all goes back to when Isaiah was talking about transferring last year, and now you see why he had that thought. You know what I mean? Obviously, you hope that with this draft, that thought and that situation doesn't happen throughout the landscape of HBCU football. But when you look at it, can you blame them? You know what I mean? So our guys want to get the same opportunities that these other guys are getting on the FBS level, and hopefully with the play of these guys that are getting these free agent opportunities, they go out there and make a name for themselves and make these teams. then they'll hopefully open the eyes of these GMs and these scouts to know that, okay, these guys are deserving of the draft picks that we have each and every year. And unfortunately, they ain't got to that point yet, and hopefully they will, because this draft been going on a long time. And if they ain't got to that point yet, man, you got to ask yourself, will they ever get there?
Good point. Go ahead, Kelvin.
So, Coach, what's the takeaway for this? You have someone like Amari Stevens at FAMU, who's a returning All-American. You have Gaddy out at Jackson State, guys that have jumped in the portal, haven't seen for 2 years straight that, like, the two best defensive players in HBCU didn't get drafted. What is the takeaway for HBCU players, and what do you tell those players?
You know what, man? You get that old adage of, man, you just got to keep working. You got to keep putting in the work, working harder to make sure that, you know, whatever you do, you try to outdo whatever somebody else did that didn't give them the opportunity. But at what point, man, we all human. At what point does a college student athlete see Isaiah Land go win the best defensive player in the country and still not get drafted? As a coach, how do I tell one of my players that, you know, you're gonna do better than that? You know what I mean? You're gonna get drafted, just keep working. But the best player in HBCU, not only HBCU, but the best player in HBCU and FCS football doesn't get drafted. I mean, as a coach, what do you say to that? You know, I truly don't have the words. I guess I ain't been coaching long enough to have the words for that. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we were just talking about this morning in our recruiting meeting, man. To me, I think it's a situation where it goes back to finances. It goes back to people giving back to the HBCUs. It goes back to endowments. If we got the money to build and give our kids the foundations and the facilities that they're looking for, we might not have this problem. You know what I mean? If we can upgrade our facilities at HBCUs with the academics that we're able to offer, not only that, the academics, the social life, and all that good stuff that we're able to offer at HBCUs, our top kids will come back to HBCUs. And then when our top kids come back to HBCUs, guess what come with it? Sponsorships, NIL deals, money from the big networks. So it goes back to us as HBCU alums. You know, it's hard for us to look ourselves in the mirror and say, oh, we got a part in that. You know, despite what we may think, despite what others may see or may feel, we have a part in that. We may say it's the NFL, we may say this, we may say that, but at the end of the day, if we're giving our student athletes the same opportunities for facilities and things like that they'll get from those bigger schools, they'll come back, because we offer a lot more than the PWIs would in terms of culture, atmosphere, and things of that magnitude. It's almost like, you know, I don't like bringing them up a whole bunch, but it's when Deion went to Jackson, he said he ain't never been around 70,000 of his folks. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing for these student athletes. If they can get around 60, 70,000 of our folks and see that, and along with the Marching 100 and all the other bands playing, it's a different day in college football. So we have to look ourselves in the mirror when it comes down to providing things for our universities and giving these kids the opportunity to see some of the same things that they would see at these FBS schools. Because if we had that stuff, those kids would definitely be back at our HBCUs. And then when those better athletes play at the HBCUs, that brings in revenue to the school and the program. So, you know, with that, we got to take some blame.
Good point. Good point. Marcus, go ahead. Jump in there.
How you doing, Coach?
Doing well, man.
All right, I got a couple. I'm trying to pick which one, but I guess we'll go along on the theme. I might try to double up for the sake of time. Two separate questions. You mentioned what I call the specter of the portal, the P5s in the NFL. And I guess what I'm thinking is we see, you know, with one FAMU player jumping in the portal and, you know, witnessing how Isaiah Land and him coming back didn't exactly result the way he wanted to. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the scope of the portal as it relates to players in general, more or less having free agency, if you will, to be able to go to a team, go to another school to maximize opportunities and what that looks like for HBCUs, where we see that, and even before there was the widespread portal, I think a few years ago, there was a Delaware State defensive end who transferred to Michigan State. And this was before the advent of the true transfer portal, but I think as a grad transfer. And so now we're starting to see more and more of that. So if you could speak to that and how, or what HBCU coaches can do, if anything, to try to stave off a rating of the talent.
Well, what's happened is the NCAA has sort of kind of made this thing a free-for-all, to be honest with you. One thing, I'm gonna say this with as best I can without saying the wrong stuff. If one of these bigger schools wants our kids, ain't really nothing we can do. With the ability to pay these kids with NIL money, man, there's truly nothing that we could do as HBCU head coaches or coaches in general that would get a kid to stay at the HBCU, especially with what's happened in the draft over the last several years. Now, with that, you got to understand now the portal is where some go to finish their careers, because everybody ain't coming out of that portal. When I first got to Albany State, I told my guys, if you think you can play Division I football, you better make sure before you tell me you're going in the portal, you got somewhere to go. Because if you go in the portal, for me, that's it. That means you don't want to be at Albany State. You don't love what Albany State has to offer you. So if you decide to go in the portal, then that's where you need to go and make sure you have somewhere to go. Because if you don't, then this ain't the place for you no more, because you felt like you had to leave anyway to go find a better opportunity than Albany State had to offer you. But what I will say is, for our HBCU student athletes is be careful, because what ends up happening is our best players on the HBCU level sometimes take a chance, because what we got to realize is, and I'll use my career as an example, playing at FAMU and playing against mostly HBCUs, having a good showing against UM for a drive or two before I got hurt, then going to the playoffs, playing against Georgia Southern, having a good showing against them, and then my sophomore year having played against Appalachian State, Troy, and then against Youngstown in the playoffs, gave me an opportunity to play some of those top tier PWIs on the FCS level. So with that, the scouts got a chance to see me play against some different talent. But when the HBCUs play themselves like we do, what ends up happening when our student athletes decide to transfer and leave and go to different places, they're putting themselves behind the 8 ball, because these FBS programs are a lot of times looking for depth. If you didn't transfer before December and transferring in May, you setting yourself up, because at the end of the day, if they've gone through spring and they've set their too deep and all that good stuff, what they're looking for at this juncture is depth in case something happens, right? So with that, we got to be careful with jumping in the portal and thinking we're going to get a better opportunity to go somewhere. Yeah, you might get a better opportunity and get some more gear and get a few more dollars in your pocket, but you can probably guarantee that you're going somewhere to be in a backup role or something like that. Why leave a situation where
You're watching the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships from Albany, Georgia, Albany State University. It is the third game of the day and Elimination Friday for one of these two teams in action, as we'll get a chance to see a team that lost their first contest on yesterday. The opening game of the tournament went to Spring Hill as they defeated Edward Waters 6-3, but Edward Waters bouncing back today with a 4-0 victory in the first game of the day at Sherwood Christian Academy just across town here in Albany. 4-1 win over Lane College, who was eliminated. Brian Fulford had the call for you And they were able to survive and advance into this game as they had to come back across town to ASU for their second game of the day. As for their opponent, Kentucky State, the 5th seed, they were victorious in day number 1, 10-6 over Miles, the 4th seed. A mild upset there, and then today, just a few moments ago, they faced a tough Albany State team, the number 1 seed, falling 12-2, and they're right back out on the diamond, ready for action in game number 2 for them on this day. As we said, double elimination means 2 teams with a 1-1 record will face off to decide who survives and advances. I'm Charles McNeil, side by side with Charles Ward. Charles Squared back together again. And Charles, I know you're excited for this one. You got a chance to watch this team play in their opener in Edward Waters. What's your expectations here this evening?
Your point exactly at the top end of that is that they just ran into a tougher team as it relates to the Badgers of Spring Hill in that first round of action here at Albany State. A good solid team, but they'll have to really raise their game tonight against Kentucky State. We saw them against Albany State just a few moments ago, and it'll come down to the same thing we've been talking about. Who has the pitching depth since these teams have played several games now? See which one can really go deeper into the starting pitchers and to the bench, or to see who can come out in this baseball game. That's really all it gets down to when you start talking about coming out of the losing bracket or headed into the losing bracket as well.
Edward Waters up at the plate. Peyton Schubert, the shortstop, number 15, leads things off for the team that's 24-21, 16-14 in the regular season in the SIAC. Reginald Johnson, the second, the head coach, as they face Decarius Chapman and Kentucky State. 20-22 is their record. The Thoroughbreds, under the direction of Rob Henry in his 11th year. And their starting pitcher, Chapman, looks in for the sign. Full count and the pitch. Swung on and fouled back.
The only interesting thing about this one, Charles, is that both teams just immediately off of a ball game coming to this spot to play. I know we talked about it before we hit the air that it's essentially a double header for them. But there's so much riding on the line with this ball game because one will continue to play and the other won't.
Ground single to start off the proceedings here. Peyton Schubert gets the game started with a base knock in the right field. So Schubert is aboard for the Thoroughbreds. For Edward Waters. The Tigers have their opening guy on board. He's got a nice lead. The pitch. Attempted bunt goes by the batter. Second place hitter in the order, Anthony Roman, the catcher.
So much momentum behind that Edward Waters program with the women winning the softball title. And the men, course of the season, ranked 6th coming into tournament play, but really on the upshot in terms of surveying their roster. They don't have very many seniors on that team. It turned in a respectable season this year, so headed in the right direction.
One thing that strikes me earlier is, as you see that strike, is the players who have dirt on their uniforms. That's indicative of players who played an earlier game today. Usually when you start a game, you don't have guys that have that Georgia clay all over them. The pitch. Taken outside. He squared again to bunt, trying to advance the runner. 2 balls and 1 strike, no men out. Second place hitter in the order, catcher Anthony Roman.
Yes, I do. And you just need to know it's not,
Rowan, 259 hitter on the season for the Tigers. 25 RBI in a regular season. 36 hits total for Roman. The extra bases, he's got 13 doubles on the season and 1 home run.
So the 2-2 pitch coming your way from the stretch. Chapman with those over to first. Off the glove of Polnitz. Defensively around the Thoroughbreds infield, you've got Cedric Polnitz at first, Trey Brown at second. Trey Brown is actually in shortstop. At second base is Parker White. As that one is lifted. Headed toward the screen.
Yeah, I think he's
and
going
out
to
of
run
play.
out of room.
So again, we have Parker White at second. Trey Brown is at short. Around at third is Daniel Moore. In left field is Zion Lewis. Center field, Kelton Saylor. And the right fielder is Trayvon Fletcher.
Name that stands out defensively for the Thoroughbreds as they engage in their second ball game of the day is that Zion Lewis. Made just some incredible catches in that loss to the Golden Rams.
Doing so in place of Collier Higgs, who was hurt in yesterday's contest, his first action. Suffered a leg injury. That one is punched out towards second. Catch is made by Parker White to retire Roman.
White with a good athletic play on that ball. Got a good jump on it. Saw it coming off the bat.
That brings up the third baseman, number 5, Hugo Schoening. The pitch. It misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes.
Schoening 7 appearances at the plate, 4 hits in tournament action.
And the pitch. Taken for a strike, throw down on the steal, and they got him. Hand came off the bag, and they got him. So a caught stealing. Peyton Schubert gunned down by John Higdon.
Higdon with a good, strong throw after receiving that pitch. And perfect down at second base as they cut him down.
Schoening lifts this one out to center field. Saylor had the bead and made the catch to retire the side. So a base hit, but only 3 men come up to the plate, and they're all retired by way of the defensive efforts of Kentucky State. We have played a half inning, and it'll be Kentucky State up at the plate when we return. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Championships. On the baseball side, coming your way, and it continues in just a few moments on the Black College Sports Network.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Back at Albany State, Albany, Georgia. Bottom of the First inning coming your way on the Black College Sports Network. We've been covering the SIAC for 3 consecutive weeks with outstanding events, starting with the men's volleyball event at Fort Valley, then matriculating over to Morehouse for the track and field on men's and women's side. Fantastic event held and won by Benedict. And now the softball championship came to a close on Thursday afternoon. Wonderful game, final game. A lot of excitement there, and now the second day of the baseball championships. As Edward Waters in the field, first ball hit, grounded down to short, the throw over. And he's got his man, Edward Waters, defensively making the play. Schubert over to Garcia.
Nicely done by Schubert. Great footing on that. Fielding that baseball and in stride with the throw. Perfect on that.
That ground out by Trey Brown. Brown been active in this series. Played in both games, started both of them. 6 hits and 10 plate appearances before that at bat. Brings up Daniel Moore. Moore wraps that one to left field for the first single off the bat of the Thoroughbreds.
Takes a wide turn at first, since he was thinking about maybe a push down to second base.
If they slept on him, he was headed down to second. But quickly retrieved out there by Hutchinson and played back in.
Yeah, forced him to pop on the brakes and retreat back to first.
Dewanye Maduro, the starting pitcher for the Tigers. Defensively, he's got Roman behind the plate, Garcia at first, Nobles at second. Shortstop is Schubert, who made that fine play. Schoening is third. Hutchinson in left, Tompkins in center, and Morris around and right. True defensive alignment for the Tigers of Edward Waters, clad in their black uniforms with the orange hats. That's Maduro's pitch. A strike. Joseph Esparza. That one fisted down toward first. He'll go to second for one, and he's got him. To a fielder's choice ground out. Erases Daniel Moore.
Garcia with a good strong throw down to first base. As indicated after you said he covered that little fisted hit out his way.
Yeah, the nubbler. So 2 outs in the inning for Saylor. Kelton, the center fielder. He's been part of the Yahtzee game all tournament long. Seems like every time he gets up, it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. And he's got 2 outs, so he's working on that again.
It sure
that opportunity.
Is.
So he's heading to count 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch.
It's going to be interesting to
That
see.
Missed. So I think that missed, didn't it? Put a strike up.
Howdy.
Let's find out. That's a strike.
Now you're there.
Yeah, it's 3 balls and 1 strike, not 2 balls and 2 strikes, not Yahtzee.
Well, it's showing on the
3-1.
board, man. I want to talk to the lottery board about this.
I was going to say, you're reading my mind. Of course, in Georgia, it's an education lottery. Please play responsibly.
I'll think about you on my trip to Jamaica.
There you go. I'll be your stowaway. 3 balls and 2 strikes, 2 been out. Bottom half of the first inning, scoreless. Runner at first and the throw. Garcia, diminutive first baseman. And that's a base on balls. We saw plenty of those in our last contest.
Indeed, we did.
Sailor gets aboard.
I think our last unofficial count in the previous contest was at 13.
13 base on balls. That was amazing. Talking about the game, in case you missed it, between this Kentucky State team as they faced the top seed, Albany State. Albany State was the visitors in that one. They were victorious 12-2, as we mentioned at the onset. The batter here, the cleanup guy, actually the fifth place hitter in the order, that's Trey Fletcher. Fletcher thus far starting in his third consecutive game. He's got a .375 batting average in the tournament, 3 for 8. 2 RBIs as he lifts this one softly in the right field, where Garcia chases it down to retire the side. So Fletcher is retired, and so are the Thoroughbreds. In their half of the first inning, 1 complete, 1 hit each, no runs on the board. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just the touch of a button, because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
It's the 2023 SIAC Championships for baseball. Albany State's West Campus. A couple of Georgia guys here. Charles Ward, Statesboro's own superstar.
I didn't tell you that.
And Charles McNeil. Been in Augusta nearly 30 years.
Augusta's Masters.
That one's popped up. Leadoff hitter is John Higdon.
And White calling off Pollinetz at first base for that out.
Yeah, that was Garcia. Lionel.
He's going to make the point before the break, Charles, that in this do-or-die contest, you won't see pitchers getting a lot of latitude in this one. Particularly if a team has a lead, they're going to do everything they can to protect it. And once they sense that the pitcher may be fading off a bit, see some quick changes in this one.
Makes perfect sense. Runs may be at a premium. Both teams with the capabilities of getting it done thus far in the tournament. Edward Waters hitting to the tune of a .270 batting average, while Kentucky State blistering the baseball with a .329 average. How's that compared to their season numbers?
Season-wise, Edward Waters .295 on the season at the batting at the plate. It played at 298 runs.
Popped up, Polnitz trying to find it, and the
first base coach
not giving him any room.
No love at all.
He said it wasn't going to hit him, so he just stayed put. Polnitz trying to negotiate out there.
Yeah, kind of did a little waltz around him there trying to get to the ball and never could get there.
We've heard of catcher's interference. I don't know if we have coach's interference.
Yeah, well, he didn't move, so stayed right where he's supposed to be in that coach's box. So take your own risk while I am where I am supposed to be.
Chapman took care of business with the strikeout.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Aquarius Tompkins goes down. That'll bring up pass.
So you were citing those numbers for Edward Waters in terms of their average in the tournament. That's where you want things to be. If you didn't have that average during the regular season, you want to pump it up some when you get to where it counts most.
Designated hitter Dayton pass. Trying to keep the inning going. 2 outs. He's ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. So we talked about it in the last couple of days when don't have anything going. Looking to get the offense started. Let the pitcher help you, as that one's popped up on a 2-0 count. And that'll be the final out of the inning. So pass. Didn't pass on that one. Took a swing and popped it up. Parker White with the squeeze to retire the side. So a pair of pop-outs and a strikeout ends the inning. We played 1.5 here at Albany State. Scoreless. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Championships on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
All right, we're back, and we're looking at the first and third and second base along with third base and see how clean third base is compared to first and second, where the activity has already gotten off to a fast start. And I was thinking about the preseason, which they had the larger bases. What are your thoughts about those in the majors and the minors?
Yeah, I'm for anything that takes the numbers north. If it is going to help in terms of more stolen bases and a more exciting game, I think that's fan sensitive, and I'm a fan base part of it, and I like that. Probably even more excited about the fact that they've done away with the shifts. And as a former pitcher, not too thrilled about that pitch clock.
Pitch clock, yeah. Got to get in there and get your business done.
Sure.
We've seen a couple of pitchers who have worked quickly, including Mr. Riddell that we saw in our last game.
Sure.
Picking up his 11th victory unscathed on the season, 11-0 for Albany State. They continue in the winner's bracket. That one is topped toward third and out of play.
Yeah, Jeremiah, he didn't take much time in between pitches. He just gets squared on the rubber, shudder his shoulders for a quick second, and fire to the plate.
Duanye Madero.
Madero in the first game of the tournament played right field and did an excellent job for Edward Waters despite them losing the ball game. Made some really good, solid catches out there for the Tigers.
Holness is at the plate. And the 1-2 pitch. Jammed him on that one, fouled it back, fought it off, and out of play.
Right in on the hands on that one.
So Higdon is on board by way of a hit by pitch.
Back there by the concrete wall.
And the pitch. Fastball just missed. That was much to the chagrin of the Edward Waters Tigers.
Pollinant in the tournament, 286. 2 of 7 hitting. Pretty close to his season average.
Headed in fair territory toward first, where the catch is made by Garcia. He's already made a couple of plays.
Yeah, he and Parker for Kentucky State, handling a couple pop outs. Parker did it in the last inning. And see the work there at first base by Garcia for Edward Waters.
That brings up the left fielder, Zion Lewis. Lewis sparkling with the glove. He came in as a defensive replacement, had his struggles the first time up in day number 1 in terms of defensively, but adjusted to make a solid play late in that game.
Still looking to do something sparkling from the batter's box. 5 appearances and looking for that first base hit.
The pitch. Swung on and missed. Lewis on the season batted .400. Small sample size. Playing in just his 10th game on the year. During the regular season, started 4 of those. It was 4 of 10 at the plate, but did score 6 runs. So that one's popped up. Can it be playable? Headed toward the fence, ranging over and into the bullpen.
Just on the other side. You're talking about Zion Lewis, the freshman. Must have been. You're always supposed to be ready for the next man up, but to be a freshman and be called on to take the place of one of the prime players in the lineup in the tournament, that's a big step.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 man out, and that's a call strike 3. That retires Polnitz. Right, retires Zion Lewis, I should say, as he struck out. Second out recorded in the inning for Maduro, which will bring up the 9th place hitter in the order, Parker White, who goes right after it. Hit down toward the third baseman, dropped by Garcia, rounding second and headed to third is the runner Higdon. And they've got something going. The catcher is on at third for Kentucky State.
Not sure how you're going to score that one with regard to Parker getting on with that attempted bunt. I think that throw was catchable. I think Garcia just took his eyes off of it.
Yeah, I think it was the E3. The official scores saw it as we did.
It's getting scary up here. Everybody agreeing all of a sudden.
That's what happens when you work together so closely. Though they've got a spacious press box here, Albany State. So we're back to the top of the order. Trey Brown grounded out his first time up. The Thoroughbreds threatening here. Bottom of the second. The pitch. Topped over the pitcher's head. Slow roller. Bobbled by the second baseman. 1 run scored. And they've got a run down. Headed toward home. The runner headed that way, and he's stopped in his tracks to retire the side. But in the inning, get your thought out, please.
No, I was just going to say Parker tagged out, but that comes after. Just like you said, they got the run across.
It's an important play, the hustle. Got the run in before the last out was recorded. Had he been tagged out prior to the runner crossing the plate, and we saw that as well on yesterday. The run would have come off the board. So as a result, 1 run across, 1 hit. As they've got a chance to move on. We did have an error in the inning as well. And we've completed 2 innings here at Albany State, the West Campus in Albany, Georgia. And on the board, our first run goes to Edward Waters as they lead this one by a score. Goes to Kentucky State, I should say, as they lead by a score of 1-0. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Championships on BCSN.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate.
All right, we're back. Top of the 3rd. Edward Waters at the plate. First pitch high and tight. The 7th place hitter in the order, Caden Hutchinson. He lines this one way back and over the head of the left fielder. Headed all the way to the wall. He rounds first, headed to second where he'll hold up. The Tigers with a runner in scoring position. And the Thoroughbred scored in their half of the inning. Looking for the answer with a double to open up the half inning.
Zion Lewis not able to track that one down. But what he did do was once he caught up with it at the base of the fence, made a good strong throw back to the infield to the cutoff man. Not sure if there was even any consideration about trying to stretch it to 3, but getting it in so quickly after it going over his head prevented any thought of that.
Caden Hutchinson starting in his 3rd game. 4 for 7 at the plate. It's his first double extra base hit in the championship. Has 2 RBIs as that one is punched out toward left field. Let's see if they make the turn. He will, and he's headed toward home. Here's a throw, headed toward the plate. There's a play, and it's dropped by the catcher, and he will score on that one. Tremendous play, great hustle on the part of the team that was looking to answer, and they have with run across as Hutchinson scores off the hit for John Nobles. So an RBI single for Nobles plates Hutchinson. We're deadlocked at 1 apiece.
Nice call on the play at the plate. That's Lewis unloaded from left field to make it interesting.
There's a bunt down, the sacrifice bunt. Loses his helmet in the process. There's the toss. Underhand toss and just in time.
Well, I know they call you the Mac Daddy, but that play from the mound, the pitcher, very smooth about trying to get over to that baseball, picked it up and just flipped it over to first base just in time.
Decarius Chapman.
No hurry at all in his stride. Got it done, though.
I might be the Mac Daddy. He's the Dak Man. Or the Dak Daddy.
Real nonchalant on that one.
Had all the time in the world.
Yeah.
Brings us back to the top of the order. Peyton Schubert takes that one all over for a call strike. It's 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 man out. Schubert with a single to open up the game. He was caught stealing. As a runner in scoring position as he drives this one to deep right field. That one is headed back on the track, back to the wall. Did he have it?
No, not able to get it.
Get a new ball, because that one is gone.
Fletcher gave it his best effort down in the right corner, but Schubert got more than enough of it to drive it out.
Trayvon Fletcher went all the way back to the recesses, reached up. I thought he had it, put the glove over the fence, and came away empty. So another jack. 2-run variety.
Edward Waters getting some separation.
Anthony Roman now at the plate. The catcher lined out his first time up. Roman heading to count 2 balls and 1 strike. Only 1 man out. That one's popped up, headed our way.
Yeah, Roman a little bit late on that pitch.
The Albany State players back behind the press building. That one's popped up again on the infield. Chapman calling for it, and he makes the catch. That's the second out of the inning. Roman retired, and it'll bring up the third baseman, Hugo Schoening.
Third baseman number 5, Hugo Schoening.
He flied out his first time up in the first inning. Swung on and fouled back.
Good couple of pitches there by Chapman.
Schoening has been leading his team in hitting in the tournament. .571 batting average. 4 hits and 7 plate appearances coming in to this elimination contest. Also has an RBI. Hit by a pitch once and a base on balls as he fouls that one toward the dugout. So no balls and 2 strikes, 2 men out. Base is empty. Chapman wheels and deals. The 1-2 pitch popped up again and out of play.
Got a good battle going here, Charles. Good pitches by Chapman, but Schoening able to fight them off.
Chapman determined, comes in, fires, and that one's high. So 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 men out. The pitch. Pop back foul.
And the battle continues. Not sure of the repertoire of Chapman in terms of pitch selection. Great time to go with something off speed here. Instead, that's ball 3.
Kentucky State, Edward Waters matched up in this one. Top of the third. And the pitch. Check swing. And he went around for strike 3. So Schoening is retired. And so are the Tigers. But in the inning, 3 runs plated on 4 hits. As they've made their way through 2.5 innings. And this one had a come from behind effort for the Tigers, rewarded as they've taken a 3-1 lead in the 2023 Cricket SIAC Championships for baseball here at Albany State. It rolls on right after this.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just the touch of a button, because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app.
Bottom half of the third inning. Duanye Maduro still on the hill for Edward Waters. That one fouled back and out of play. Daniel Moore, the third baseman, up for the second time. Had a single his first plate appearance. Stopped there. On a fielder's choice ground out as he tops that one foul and out of play.
Would have made it first easily on that one had that ball stayed fair on the bunt.
I know you've seen it over the years, as I have. Some of those fields in which the first base line is cut out like it is in the infield with the dirt. You'll have that ball just kind of tilt back, depending on where the drainage system is, back toward fair territory. Was not the case here. And that's lifted to deep right field, way back toward the wall. It will bounce one time before it's retrieved out there by Morris. He'll play it back in, still hustling, on his way to third. Here is the throw, and they got him. Morris with the relay throw by Nobles to get their man.
I think Moore kind of pulled up over there at third base, thought he was in there easily. He did not recognize that the right fielder, although it went over his head, the ball bounced right on the fence and right back to him, and he was able to square and get it in real quick. And they nab him at third base.
So a double, trying to stretch it to 3.
Just one cheeseburger, young man.
Got nabbed there, trying to stretch it to third.
Is it 5?
Two and 1 is our count. The pitch. Swung on and missed. Esparza leaning back and swings through that one to foul it away. Since being named the Conference Player of the Year, Joseph Esparza Started all games. 3 hits and 10 plate appearances, batting .300. Has a run scored and 3 RBI. Pops that one fouling out of play. Struck out once. You think there'd be a lot of pressure. You get that indication that you're the best in the conference. You might think that. Your teammates might be lifting you up that way. But when you get into the tournament, and not that 300 is anything to sneeze at, as he's doing quite well in this. I know he wants to put on a show as he swings and misses here for strike 3.
Yeah, good pitches there from Maduro to take care of him. But I hear your point loud and clear with regard to that designation. People react certain ways when they know that that title is there. It can help you or hurt you in some cases. But you were talking about cutouts of the field a moment ago on that bunt attempt there. We were covering softball for the last 3 or 4 days, and I cannot tell you the number of times that we had bunts that would roll straight down the line and never deviate.
Right.
It's like you said, it's just the uniqueness of the field, and those lines over there were holding the balls in play.
Again, sometimes it's set up for the home team. You think the home team would have the advantage knowing the field as they do. They take advantage of playing it down the line. And
this one was at a city facility, and it was just incredible the number of times we actually sat and watched balls roll, players doing the same thing, and it never deviated.
Kelton Saylor, the hitter, takes that one for a call strike from Maduro. Base on balls, first time up. Stopped there after the line out by Trey Fletcher ended the inning, and he gets called for a call strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Maduro ends the inning. And Edward Waters, the Tigers, shut down any thought of a rally with a beautiful relay throw off the catch in deep right field, and that started the momentum toward the end of the inning. And in spite of the 1 hit, they had no men left on base, so we've completed 3 full here at Albany State University's West Campus. And your score, it is Kentucky State riding and looking forward to the opportunity to make a comeback as they trail by a score of 3-1. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championship on Black College Sports Network.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Savannah State leads 2-0 over at Sherwood, as that is a line shot and a base hit off the bat of number 18, Leonel Garcia, the first baseman, who popped out his first time up.
Struck out a second time. This third time through the lineup. Clean base hit in the left field, so it's already turned in a couple of good defensive plays for the Tigers.
Curveball. First offering. Looks in for the sign. Chapman throws over to first. Good toss over there.
Awfully close there.
Again, he tosses back. Bounce slowly, picked up by the pitcher, underhand toss. And he gets his man.
I like this guy Chapman, Charles. He is a cool cucumber. Long strides to get to that baseball. Gloved it, just shoved it right out of the glove over to Polonitz for the out.
So Tompkins was retired. That brings up Dayton Pass. Call strike. No balls, one strike to count. Runner at second. That's Leonel Garcia. And the pitch. Taken high.
Pass just one of 7 in tournament action. They have him in that designated hitter spot. I'm sure they're looking for a little more output from him in that role.
One ball, 2 strikes, 1 man out. Chapman stares in, sets, and the pitch. He gets him.
Yeah, pass swinging way over that ball.
Curveball broke off on him. So 2 outs in the inning. Runner remains at second for the left fielder, Caden Hutchinson. He doubled and scored on the RBI single by John Nobles. That helped to get the run started in that 3-run inning. As he lines this one, it could drop. Diving attempt.
More
and
than
the
an
catch is
attempt.
made for the final out of the inning. That is a web gem.
Just a full layout on that. To come away with that baseball and the out. Great job by Higdon out in center field for the Thoroughbreds.
So Hutchinson is retired on the fly out. 4 batters came to the plate. Had a single, advancing to second, but shut down by Chapman to close out the half inning. 3.5 in the books. 3-1 is our score. Edward Waters with the lead. And this is the 2023 SIAC Championship Baseball Contest. Of course, the Cricket SIAC Championships will continue right after this.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Fantastic effort defensively to close out that inning. And we saw it up close and personal, Charles.
John may have seen it too.
Yeah,
we
John
got
did
somebody
see it.
out there watching.
I'm sure John's out there somewhere.
It's Kelton Saylor out there in center field for the Thoroughbreds to make that catch. Would have been more miraculous had Higdon done it because he was behind the plate. Run that down would have been Supermanish. But Saylor with a great job on that catch.
So you come back and say, yeah, that's right, Jim.
Yeah, you're right.
Charles McNeil, Charles Ward with the call.
My name's John.
Yeah, it was supposed to be Brian, I believe. Curveball.
Well, you got the Mac Daddy, so.
Yeah. Nothing tops that, right?
Nothing, right?
Maduro wanted that call. Takes the glove off to regather.
You know, it's interesting, though, Charles. I mean, he was billed. We billed him more for what is out, his exploits out in right field in that first ball game, but he certainly has all the talents and tools as a pitcher in this contest.
He gets Trey Fletcher to strike out. 3 consecutive strikeouts, might add. For the right-hander, Maduro. The pitch. You know there's added pressure as well on both sides on the mound. This is an elimination game. Winner goes home.
Number 5 and number 6 in terms of tournament ranking. Thoroughbreds at 5.
I think this is the furthest distance in the SIAC that you can have with Kentucky State and Edward Waters as far as distance apart, school to school.
Probably a little bit more with Central State, I'm thinking.
Yeah, Central State.
Yeah, but you're getting mighty close.
They didn't make it down in the field.
Made that run from Atlanta to Frankfurt more times than I care to count. And with Central State in the conference, same thing.
So base on balls.
First baseman, number 24, Cedric Holnitz.
Puts Higdon on board. First base runner here in the 4th inning for Kentucky State. Cedric Holnitz steps in.
Had that little pop-up to Garcia at first base his last time up.
Holnitz 2 for 2 as far as starts thus far leading into this one. 2 hits, 7 plate appearances. Still waiting for him to put a charge into it.
Yeah, we were talking about some comparisons with J.R. Richardson with a pitcher early on today. But just taking a look at Polnitz, the way he stands in that box, all the shades of a Frank Thomas to me.
I can see it. He batted .247 on the regular season. Started every game. 22 hits and 89 plate appearances. Despite his stature, yet to take it yard. 12 RBI. He will draw some walks, though, 13 of them, due to that imposing nature at the plate.
Yeah. Tendency is just by the intimidation factor to kind of throw around him and not give him anything down the middle.
If you don't look at the stat sheet, you're like, no, I'm not throwing that inside. To him, no. So advancing down to second is Higdon. On at first, Polnitz for Zion Lewis.
Yeah, on cue, just thinking about this very thing, Charles. You come out to talk to Maduro, back-to-back walks for him. Kind of see what the situation is. Made the reference early on that, the leashes won't be that long in this contest. I'd like to see what happens with this batter here before any other decisions are made.
2-run cushion, but runners in on base would tie the game up. Obviously, the go-ahead run at the plate got more exciting action coming your way tomorrow. We'll begin at 10 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m., the scheduled times.
10, 2, and 6. Not 12.
Just 3.
10, 2, and 6. So the information on the site has been updated. Maduro's pitch misses. Polnitz gets back to first. Higdon on at second. Both by way of base on balls here in the 4th inning. Just one man out. But a force around the infield. That one is lined over the second baseman's head and into center field. Each player advancing 90 feet. They'll hold up there, and the bases are full. So after the mound visit, Zion Lewis laces a single to load him up full of thoroughbreds.
Lewis finally getting his first hit of the tournament. Couldn't be more timely with that.
Got to bring up the 9th place hitter in the order, second baseman, Parker White. Parker got on base by way of an error. First baseman. That ball stayed inside, evening the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. There's still only one man out. Bases full of Kentucky State players. Kentucky State with 10 runs in their first matchup as that one is topped. Ooh, it's fair for a moment and then spun foul. If you're the catcher, you might even want to think about diving forward and keeping that one in the field of play. The ball was fair for a moment, and then backspin brought it back toward the catcher, Roman. Once he touched it, it was out of play as that one's lifted. That will bring home a run. Fly ball to center. Caught out there by Tompkins. Racing home. The second run. As they score here, the Thoroughbreds cut the deficit to 1 as Higdon scores on the sac fly. So Parker White with the sac fly and RBI. But that is the second out of the inning. It brings up the leadoff hitter, Trey Brown. Grounded out his first time up. Call strike 1 by the home plate umpire off the right hand of Maduro.
Charles, at the beginning of that sequence with Parker White and the bases loaded, took a walk to our right to take a look and see if there was anybody warming in the Edward Waters bullpen, and not a soul stirring down there.
Duro has done well with the curveball there. Swung on and missed by Brown. The 3-1 fouled back on the screen.
Obviously, Coach Johnson and the rest of the coaching staff hoping that Maduro can limit the damage to just that one run.
The pitch. Swung on and missed. That's strike 3 to retire the side. So Trey Brown is retired. 6 batters came up for the Thoroughbreds. 1 across in Higdon. And we've got 4 now in the books.
Not
from Albany
bad for
State.
Maduro.
Absolutely. Albany State got a 1-run game. Edward Waters with a 3-2 advantage. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships. It will continue in just a few minutes on the Black College Sports Network.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just a touch of a button. Because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by
Second baseman John Nobles leads things off in the top half of the 5th inning. 3-2 game. Edward Waters with 3 across in the 3rd. Kentucky State with 1 across in the bottom of the 2nd. And 1 most recently in the bottom of the 4th inning. Carius Chapman still on the bump. Working for Kentucky State. Rob Henry showing ultimate confidence. A strong right-hander.
It's going to be important for Chapman just to keep things right where they are right now to give his offense a chance to try to put them in the lead.
Takes something off of that one. Fouled down and out of play toward third base where Daniel Moore retrieves it.
Conditions changing just a little bit here in Albany. Getting closer to nightfall and getting a little bit cooler.
That one popped up, but playable. Second baseman, first baseman both going for it. Second baseman calls him off at the last second. Parker White makes the squeeze. Polnitz couldn't hear him initially. That's not the collision you want.
No, not if you're Parker White.
No. Polnitz would have been all right. That one, first pitch, popped. Short center field. And the catch is made out there by Saylor. So Saylor's been active.
Shortstop, number 15, Peyton Schubert.
Brings us back to the top of the order. And Peyton Schubert. He homered his last time up. The 2-run Jimmy Jack helped to add to the fun and games. A 3-run blast, providing all the scoring for Edward Waters.
Got just enough of it to drive it out in the right field.
That one is hit high, but playable to right field, where Trayvon Fletcher catches it to retire the side. So Schubert is retired.
Chapman doing exactly what he needed to do there. 3 up, 3 down.
So the Tigers retired in order in the 5th inning. Head to the bottom half of the 5th. Kentucky State coming up. They trail by 1, 3-2 in the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championship Tournament on the Black College Sports Network.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
Tuskegee trailing 3-0 to Savannah State. Home run, making it so. They're in the 5th inning over at Sherwood Christian in another elimination game. Brian Fulford with the call. You can check that one out right here on the Black College Sports Network and also on the SIAC YouTube channel. Black College Sports Network Facebook page. Get you the links and get you locked in. Thoroughbreds at the plate. High pitch. And he ducks out of the way in just the nick of time. Daniel Moore leads things off. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Maduro still working on the hill as the pitch. Fastball, call strike. Check down at first. Off the check swing. He did not go. So the count is full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Duanye. Madero throws that one high for ball 4. So Daniel Moore is on base by way of the base on balls. He walks. And that'll bring up Joseph Esparza. Fielder's choice ground out and a strikeout. The pitch. He looked for the fastball. He got it, lifted it out to left field and foul. Madero throws over to first. Moore back safely. Pitch. That one away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Madero. His pitch lifted out toward left center field and by the center fielder and all the way to the wall. Rounding third, headed toward the plate. Here's the relay. He's going to hold on to it, and the runner scores standing up. As the score by Daniel Moore ties things up at 3 apiece.
Center fielder, number 22, Kelton Saylor.
An elimination game. Both teams knowing their season ends with a loss. And the Thoroughbreds coming off the deck after leading early, falling behind 3-1. They answer with back-to-back runs in now the 4th and 5th innings to tie things up at 3. Esparza with the RBI double, befitting of the Conference Player of the Year. Kelton Saylor, the center fielder, tops that one foul. The 1-1. Attempted the element of surprise with the bunt. Fouled off. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out. Esparza down at second. Saylor watches that one go wide. Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Noman out, number 22 at the plate. Foul back on the screen. Inside corner, call, strike 3. So Saylor is retired on the strikeout by Maduro. For Saylor, his 2nd strikeout of the game. Maduro, his 5th strikeout. That'll bring up Trey Fletcher, the right fielder who lined out his first time up, struck out his last plate appearance. Maduro. Another fastball fouled off. Out of play. So quickly down the count. Thoroughbreds with a runner in scoring position and Esparza down at second. Trey Fletcher, the left fielder, make that the right fielder.
And Charles, as we push past the midpoint of this baseball game, that runner down at second base is critical both ways.
That one off the plate, tried to get him fishing. You're right, it's critical in regards to keeping him off the scoring pass for one side, and then the momentum that it brings, they're able to overtake him and take the lead in this half inning. Esparza's got speed. A lightly hit ball to the outfield, he could possibly score.
Yeah, with the Tigers playing ahead for most of this game, tied right now. Gets into your psyche if you have a lead and lose it. And then having to play from behind.
Fletcher working his way to a base on balls walk. So he moves on down.
He's going to stroll down here and take another peep at the bullpen to see if anything's going on here with Edward Waters.
Esparza looks back at second, has the sign, and now the pitch. Fouled back by John Higdon. Hit by a pitch back in the second. Got on base by way of a walk. And later around to score. Sacrifice fly by Parker White is the pitch. Drilled out towards center. Low line drive caught by the center fielder who plays it back. And they double him off as the base runner thought there was no way that he was going to make that catch, but instead it was right at him to retire the side.
Just had to take a look at the bullpen for Edward Waters. They did have activity going on down there, but what just happened on the field may force them or make them make the decision to just wait a little bit longer because they were to get out of that skirmish tied at 3-3.
Yeah, we'll take another look during the break. The half inning has come to a close with one across to tie things up at 3 for Kentucky State. They and Edward Waters in an elimination game. The Tigers and Thoroughbreds trying to hold themselves in place with a chance to survive and advance to tomorrow's next round with a lot of fun and a lot of activity and a lot of games still left to be played in the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships. It will continue as we head to the next half inning right after this.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate. Smile, you're on Cricket.
With Academy.
We're back live here on the West Campus at Albany State University in an elimination game here between the Tigers of Edward Waters and the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, tied at 3.
Leadoff hitter. Check swing. Polnitz in perfect position to make the grab to retire Roman. So Roman popping out for the second time here in the 6th inning to lead things off, and that'll bring up the third baseman, Hugo Schoening. Flied out and struck out, 0 for 2. Goes after the first one, grounds it down towards second. Up with it cleanly, and a throw over to Polnitz to get his man as Parker White with the defensive play.
Coach Johnson was warming Darius Blassingame, the grad student, down in the bullpen. But we'll see what happens when they come back out for their half of this inning. Defensively, if they'll make a change, but I think Maduro may have survived based upon how they finished.
Carius Chapman with that defensive play made by Parker White, only the 3rd ground out of the game. All other outs have come by line balls or fly balls. That one is lined to right field, but playable. Ranging over to make the grab is Trayvon Fletcher, and a quick inning. Unofficially, I've got it for 6 pitches, and the inning is done. So we have completed another half inning. Baseball action, Kentucky State coming up. Maduro back to the hill. Bottom of 6th, right around the corner. And we've got a 3-3 game on the Black College Sports Network.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just the touch of a button. Because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Albany State University, the West Campus. Charles is in charge, at least on the broadcast side. Charles McNeil, Charles Ward.
And one of the Charles is doing his best attempt at some dancing here.
It is a line shot.
And it wasn't me.
Left center field. Politz getting his teammates excited with the base knock.
That's some kind of New Jersey shuffle or something you're trying to pull off there.
I heard the country music. Just trying to groove to it.
All right. Do your thing. No judgment up here.
No, we're in Georgia, right? We're in Georgia. That one topped softly down. Picked up and throw just in time.
What a play there. Nicely done. That's like Schoening on that play for our Edward Ward is charging at that bunt and making a perfect throw down to first base. Anything offline, and that runner will make it to first.
So Polnitz on the fielder's choice advances down to second. That'll bring up the 9th place hitter in the order, Parker White. He's flashed some leather. And an RBI in his last plate appearance. We'll love another one here. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. There's only 1 man out. Shortstop back at normal depth. Second baseman shielding a little bit toward the second base middle. And that gets by the catcher. Deemed a wild pitch, allowing Polnitz to advance down to third.
So Maduro kind of right back into that same situation he was an inning ago. This time with only 1 out for the Thoroughbreds. And the runner at third.
Be interesting to see, Charles, if they go home on an infield grounder. Is that one? It's ball 4. Now they have the double play in order to possibly get out of the inning. Only 2 ground outs on this side for Kentucky State as well. But they have been retired mostly by way of strikeout by Mr. Maduro.
This is exactly what I was expecting to see. But my mound visit here. Runners at the corners. I think they're going to go ahead and make the move here. Because if you leave him in there with the idea of let's see if you can get one of these out, you know the sense probably is going to be that they're going to go ahead and try to send the runner from first to take second. And then the only thing be open would be first base. So here comes Blasingame.
So that'll bring on Mr. Blasingame. The right-handed pitcher makes his way in. I think you've got the numbers, Charles, from Blasingame during the regular season.
You guys okay with the lights?
Yeah, take a quick look at him. Blasingame. 1-2, one-loss record. This is going to be his 11th appearance on the season. 45 innings pitched. And over that 45 innings, or they only got him here at 12 innings pitched.
Yeah, giving up 13 hits and 10 runs, 7 of those earned.
Got 16 strikeouts to his credit. Extra bases, he's given up a double, a triple, and a home run.
So a little bit better than a strikeout in the inning, which is a good thing.
Yeah, only one wild pitch and only hit one batsman.
5.11 ERA for Darius Blasingame.
So coming in a tight situation, his class status as a grad student would suggest that not easily rattled by pressure. He's certainly walking into one now. The runners at the corners for Kentucky State. And while the Tigers in a situation where they're would give up the lead that they've had throughout most of this ball game. Tied right now, but they led for most of it. We'll see what Blasingame's able to do coming out of the bullpen.
So Blasingame on in relief of Dewanye Maduro. Pitched 5 1/3 innings. He's responsible for the runner at first. Parker White, as he faces the reliever, faces the guy at the top of the order, Trey Brown. Grounded out and struck out. Coming home, they went over to first and gave up a run.
Boy.
Cedric Polnitz scoring on the throw to first base. Tough play right there.
Yeah.
That goes in as an error. And now the runner goes. There's a throw down to second. Off the glove of the shortstop covering. Backed up by the second baseman. Parker White now on at second.
That's the only reason I'm not real sure about the throw over the first to try to keep him close. You knew it was definitely
right.
They were going to be sending him at some point. The play was going to be from whether he was able to steal second or not from the pitch home.
Yeah, all your concentration definitely needed to be, you would think,
plate centered.
Absolutely. That one grounded toward the second baseman. Bobbles it. Underhand toss. Not in time. So everybody's safe. Trey Brown on at first.
Yeah, Will's kind of coming off for the Tigers in this scene, or this set right now. Nobles bobbling that one on what should have been a routine play.
So the arrow on the second baseman, Nobles.
Anytime you make that call to the bullpen, you want that transition to be as smooth as possible when that pitcher gets on the mound and starts to settle in. It has been anything but for Blasingame and the Tigers.
Now the runner goes. Second baseman cuts off the throw, keeping Parker White stuck at third base. Still only one man out. 3-0 the count. Darius Blasingame at the mound, looking to get out of this inning. Infielders are in.
That steal down at second took away the possibility of a double play to get out of this. With down only one run.
The pitch. Fouled back. Big swing on that one. Foul out of play. The pitch.
Infield in for the Tigers. Anticipating if it's a ground ball that White will possibly try to make it to home.
And the pitch. Count is now full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. One man out. Runners at second and third. Blasingame misses outside for ball 4.
Really no harm there, because now you're in a situation that you're forced on a ground ball on the infield. Parker White is forced to try to take it home. And obviously that's where the throw is going to come from the Tiger defense if it's playable to get it there.
Joseph Esparza smashes one past the third baseman. 1 run scores. 2 runs coming around to score with a dive. And this one is blown wide open.
Yeah, got a ground ball, but that one was hit pretty hard there at third base.
Esparza with a double, an RBI his last plate appearance, now a 2 RBI single. That's what you expect out of the SIAC Player of the Year. He's delivered.
Indeed he has. They doubled up on the runs now, 6-3. Shoney would have to really made a clean pick of that ball that came his way on the ground. Wasn't able to keep it on the infield, couldn't knock it down either. Game kind of playing out true to form, Charles, what we talked about early on in this contest about it coming down really to who had the pitching staff capable of finishing this thing off. There, plunked in the back on that one.
Saylor drilled the second time. Actually, first time for him as far as hit by a pitch, but he advanced earlier on a base on ball, so he's on board. And again, the bases are full.
Never really a good time to be hit by a pitch, but when the weather gets a little bit cooler,
it's even worse.
Yeah, stings a little more.
Another visit to the mound.
They may go ahead and get another pitcher coming in here with the idea of trying to match it up arm for bat, meaning a right-handed batter. They may try to see if they can't get a lefty in here, and it will be a lefty coming from the bullpen.
we have a call to the mound. It comes here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. 3 runs already across, and Kentucky State, who led early 1-0, fell behind 3-1, then chipped away with 1 across in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and 3 here in the 6th inning to take a 6-3 advantage. And we'll be back with much more of the 2023 Cricket SIAC elimination game in the baseball championships. It continues in just a few minutes on the Black College Sports Network.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G boss mode activate. Smile, you're on cricket.
Austin James coming on in relief. Seeing his first action in the championships for the SIAC here at Albany State. As the sun begins to set here at the home of the Golden Rams.
Another elimination battle going on at Sherwood Academy. Update from the bottom of the 6th in that ball game. Tuskegee with a 5-1 lead over the Tigers of Savannah State. Sorry, got to reverse that. Thank you, Charles. Lead belongs to the Tigers of Savannah State over Tuskegee in that ball game.
Bases are full.
Should have known. I was kind of surprised when I heard the score the way I thought I heard it. I was like, well, Tuskegee's leading Savannah State.
Yeah, they're still at bat after scoring for the first time. Brian Fulford with the call over there. And A.D. Drew, the one and only. That one lined. Fouling out of play.
That's a good approach by Fletcher in the box. Just kind of taking what James may give him.
He's the 8th hitter in the order, and that one's lined into left field. 1-run scores. Everybody advancing up 1 base, and a single and an RBI by Trey Fletcher.
Yeah, the way the defense was forced to play that, the infield had to be tight. Made it easier for him to get that ground ball through left side.
Second runner scores in the inning.
Thoroughbreds with 1 out. They're just keeping the line moving now.
Second runner, 4th runner scores in the inning. As the reliever Austin James is now on, the left-hander. He in for Blassingame. John Higdon up. Higdon, the 9th batter to come up to the plate in the 6th inning. Esparza's down at third. Sailor on at second. Fletcher at first. Strike three.
First baseman number 24 is
So Higdon is retired. And that'll bring up Politz, who got this party started with a single and a run scored. Advanced to second on a wild pitch and came around to score.
Good response by Austin James with that strikeout. Take it to 2 outs in this inning in that bases loaded situation.
Esparza able to get things done. Riding a 2-run RBI, but the scoring for this man at the plate came by way of an error on the second baseman. That one taken outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. 2 men gone. Bases still full of thoroughbreds. The left-hander, Austin James, kicks and fires. That popped up. Will it be playable? Foul territory. Out toward the right field line. And by way of the players going back to their respective bases, that one is out of play. Everybody racing into that corner. Our view obstructed down the right field line in foul ground. That one topped in the foul territory, picked up by the catcher, Roman.
Infield is back to regular depth now.
That misses away. Evening the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 men out. Polnitz. Awaits the pitch from James, and here it comes. Swinging and missing for strike 3. So Polnitz started the rally with a single, later with a run scored. Strikes out to close out the inning. 10 batters coming up to the plate, 4 runs across. And with 7 hits in the game, it is Kentucky State in control with a 7-3 advantage. 9 outs remaining in the season for both of these teams as we decide, well, to find out who is going to survive and advance into the next round of the tournament on tomorrow. Big few innings still left to come. Don't go anywhere. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championship Tournament, and you're watching it on the Black College Sports Network.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors.
1 run was unearned. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
We are back live on the campus of Albany State University at the baseball complex.
That's right. Ward and McNeil here. Charles Squared. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Thank you so much for all the positive comments that we've had about the broadcast throughout the tournaments. All 3 weeks worth. From volleyball and the SIAC, track and field, And now softball and baseball. Comprehensive coverage that you come to expect happens right here. The Black College Sports Network, and more great things to come. As we get ready for football season, I want to invite you guys to be a part of it. If you know a business that can enjoy the coverage that you've enjoyed thus far, maybe it's your own company or maybe a company you work with and or for, please invite them to be a part of it. Reach out to us. I'm handling the advertising and marketing for the Black College Sports Network, Charles McNeil, so please reach out to me on any social media as that low throw gets by the first baseman and allows the runner to get in safely. That's going to be regarded as a base hit, ruled a base hit. Our official score here. So leadoff runner is aboard. Number 2 getting this party started. That's Tompkins with his first hit. Infield variety here in the 7th inning.
Charles, the only real play that Daniel Moore at third had on that to even make it closer was that he had to charge that ball and not sit back and wait for it to come to him. He was playing beyond the base, deeper, and let it come to him and lost valuable time.
He gets another chance here. Grounder down, one hop, throws over, and the tap dance move is complete by Polnitz to retire his man.
Yeah, similar situation on the one we're talking about from before. That's kind of the positioning where he needed to be when that first ball was hit to him. They played the second one well, throw a little bit off the bag, but a good job by Polnitz, as you indicate. And down the second for the Tigers goes Tompkins.
Caden Hutchinson, the left fielder, takes that one inside, hits him.
You take the base runners how you can get them. Certainly not what Chapman wanted to do there, was to hit the batter. So now you bring the batter to the plate. That could make it a 1-point deficit if he can go yard.
Yeah, John Nobles steps in. The second baseman. The pitch.
Yeah, going head hunting for him as well.
Begin to wonder if Vicarious Chapman is getting a little winded.
Noble's really looking for his first hit of the tournament. Had some difficulties here the last couple of innings defensively. You talk about the time to make things up and make all things right. Make a contribution here.
That one nearly hit the hitter.
Yeah, first one near the head area, that one near the thigh area. So your point is well taken that Chapman may be getting on the winded side. And as you talk about it, they send Compton back down to the bullpen area. He appeared in the first ball game
against the top seed Albany State.
Yeah,
12-2 setback.
Absolute last thing that Kentucky State wants in this situation is to give up the cushion that they have in this 7-3 lead. You're at the top of the 7th, so still some time left if Edward Waters can do some damage in this scenario that they're facing.
You talked about it earlier, your experience as a pitcher back in college, in the HBCU world. Got to ask, did you have an opportunity to relieve?
I did. Yeah, I started out as a pitcher, starter, and then developed some arm trouble and started coming in on as a reliever.
Okay, so in that scenario, did you find yourself playing 2 games or pitching 2 games in one day?
No, I never did that. Wasn't that good. I should say we weren't that bad.
No, didn't need your services, huh?
Right.
Sure, you'd have been there to put out a fire or two.
Oh, no, I was mostly a cheerleader, brother. We had another lefty on staff that was a good pitcher as well.
You've been name dropping. Which one was this?
His name was Frank Taylor.
There you go.
Actually, from New Jersey.
There you go.
Yeah. No, not in the name drops from before, though. Yeah, we're very lucky to have that trio.
So Chapman delivers. The fastball is popped up on the infield. The shortstop has a bead. Trey Brown calls for it and makes the grab.
Boy, really would have liked to see Nobles come through there for the Tigers of Edward Waters with something more than that pop-up and generating that second out. You at least want to be in a position to try to get the runners to the next station if you can.
That'll bring up the ninth place hitter in the order, Chase Morris. He watches the first one away. Morris looking for his first hit in the championships, 0 for 6. The pitch. Top foul. And above the dugout of the Thoroughbreds and out of play. So 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 men gone. Runners at first and second. From the stretch.
Gonna take a clean hit here.
The pitch. Outside corner, call strike 2. That one in the dirt gets by. Well, you got your wish. They do advance 1 base each on the wild pitch.
Yeah, we talked about it in the ball game prior to this one. The goal is always to limit the free bases. And when you start giving up the free bases, you put yourself at a disadvantage. 1 more wild pitch like that, and you can, the Tigers can play to run.
Chapman trying to lock in. He'll operate from the stretch. Once again in the pitch. Took something off of that, fouled back. Morrison out of play. Morris can keep the inning alive. Peyton Schubert comes up next. He hit a 2-run shot back in the 3rd inning. That'll get the pitcher's attention and maybe the coach's attention as well.
Absolutely.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. Misses outside. The count goes full at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Morris has got to be thinking here. I have to keep the line moving. If that means me taking the walk without moving anybody forward, that's fine.
The pitch. Popped up. Could be playable. Catcher ranging back. And out of play.
Tough at bat for Morris. He's hanging in there, fouling off several balls. He's got to be sure it's a strike.
The pitch. Popped up on the infield. The pitcher once again calling for it. And it is Chapman who retires the side.
Smooth Chapman.
So he got a little trouble. But Decarius works his way through it. And we have completed 6.5 innings. It's time for the 7th inning stretch. Get up, stretch a little bit. Get yourself some ice cold refreshments and get ready for the stretch run of this one. It is a 7-3 game as we head to the bottom of the 7th. This is the Black College Sports Network.
You can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just a touch of a button, because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Albany State University, the West Campus. West Baseball Stadium. Home of the Golden Rams, the host site for the 2023 Cricket SIAC Championships. Charles McNeil, Charles Ward. And the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State in control of this one, 7-3. Let's put a blanket over the rally that was attempted by Edward Waters in the last half inning as their reliever still on. Austin James.
Four straight balls that trip. And sometimes, Charles, it's a carryover from what happened to you on the offensive. And Edward Ward is obviously disappointed that they did not get a run across in that last half inning. And to start this one out with a walk to the Thoroughbreds at the bottom of the seventh, sometimes things like that are a carryover.
So Zion Lewis on base by way of a base on balls to lead things off, brings up Parker White. White got on base by way of an error on the first baseman, sacrifice fly and an RBI back in the fourth. Base on balls and a run scored back in the last inning. That's here in the bottom of the seventh, and we got a scoring update speaking of bottom of the seventh.
Indeed we do. From our other site for tournament play, Sherwood Academy, is Tuskegee and Savannah State in the bottom of the seventh. Savannah State with an 8-2 lead over Tuskegee.
So much the same way that this team is in control. Kentucky State seems to be the case for Savannah State as well. But again, baseball, you're never out of it.
Sure.
Till the final out is done.
And that is exactly the attitude that Edward Waters has got to employ here. First, they have got to come out of this bottom of the half, leaving the score right where it is at 7-3, as they wait on Austin James to throw a strike. His first 5 pitches have been off the plate.
The benefit there is they'll come in with 6 more outs. As that one gets away, there's a throw down to second, and he's safe. So Zion Lewis stretching things out to advance down to second, with no men out, and a 2-0 count on Parker White.
Probably nothing more disappointing to a pitcher than to have that conversation with your catcher coming out and kind of get your strategy together about what you want to do, get things back on track, and then your next pitch is one in the dirt.
Tantamount to what we see in basketball after a timeout, and coach draws up a play and then it's botched somehow. Somebody throws the ball out of bounds, or you can't get the ball in bounds.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or football where you come out of timeout and coach draws up a play and somebody fumbles it or throws an INT.
Sure.
Or gives up a touchdown for that matter, defensively.
Has many different forms in different sports, but that feeling is always the same.
Yeah. You got to let it go and come back to fight another inning. In this instance, as he rips this one for a line shot single out in the center, rounding third. He's going to hold up as a perfect throw into the plate. Now going back to second, they're going to throw it down there, and he's in there safe. What a catch by the shortstop.
Not sure how they missed that tag on White down at second.
Make that the second baseman. His timeout is called to allow the runner to bring his equipment over and or get some equipment. Sometimes they'll get the running glove. In this case, he's getting rid of his shin guard.
It was Parker White sliding up underneath that tag at second.
So a line single by Parker White, able to advance to second. Zion Lewis down to third for Trey Brown.
Now things are really ratcheting up now. You have no outs. Runners at third and second. So a base hit here will likely clear the bases.
Trey Brown has scored once, back in the sixth. Has a stolen base as well. Got on base by way of an error. Struck out and grounded out. He's 0 for 2. The pitch. In the dirt, gets by the catcher, coming toward home. He gets up, throws it toward home plate. There's a tag, and he's out of there.
Boy, what a break there for the Tigers. That baseball did not roll further away than it did. Able to pounce on it, and good coverage at the plate by James to save that run.
Ball hit sky high. Coming in, the right fielder, short right field. He makes the grab. Runners could advance at their own risk. Deciding it's not worth that. Trey Brown has popped out.
Yeah, that one's certainly not deep enough to try to advance anybody.
Parker White on at third. This is lifted with 2 outs in the inning towards center field. Tompkins has a bead, and he makes the grab to retire the side.
Good little escape act there by the Tigers of Edward Waters to keep it at 7-3.
7 full in the books. Albany State University, West Campus. This is the SIAC Championships for baseball. It continues. The tournament action rolls on the Black College Sports Network.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Charles Ward, Charles McNeil, SIAC baseball action in the cricket SIAC championships, Albany State University. Albany, Georgia, thanks so much for tuning in. This is the top of the 8th inning, 7-3 contest.
The Tigers with 6 outs remaining in this game to try to get something started.
In the season.
trying to overcome a 7-3 deficit. Meanwhile, at Sherwood Academy, in the middle of the 8th, Savannah State still leading Tuskegee 8-2.
Carius Chapman.
1-1.
Working on a complete game. Gets that one top foul and out of play. Peyton Schubert. 2-run jack. Back in the 3rd inning. Also has a single and has flown out. Hits this one. Down to second. Picked up by Parker White. He throws it over to Polnitz for the out.
While this one is still in doubt as it relates to who will push on to additional play in the tournament tomorrow, we do know one matchup that we have set for tomorrow. The 10 o'clock matchup between the Golden Rams of Albany State and the Badgers of Spring Hill.
That should be a good one.
Indeed.
Spring Hill taking care of business by a tune of a 6-3 victory over Edward Waters. This Edward Waters team at bat right now. That back on yesterday as that one's grounded foul and out of play. And then defeating Savannah State, sending them to the losers bracket. In the game we called, the first game of the day we called here today.
Spring Hill defending SIAC champs, but you'd still really have to say that the prohibitive favorite, plunked in the back, would be the Golden Rams of Albany State.
Anthony Roman, the catcher, gets on board by way of a base on ball. He's down at first. Third place hitter in the order, Hugo Schoening. Schoening, the third baseman. Watches that one get away. Schoening 0 for 3. Flat out, struck out, and grounded out.
You got the free base on the hit batsman. You got to take advantage of it here. Throw over, that one got away, but Polnitz able to knock it down before it rolls away. Got to find some kind of way to move this runner.
Not quite sure what it is that Roman has underneath his helmet. That looks to be a white sash of some kind. If it was Easter, I'd say bunny ears.
No, I think this is more of a style thing that he's got there. Don't want to just say that it's a headband or a wrap. Have to see the entire thing. Could be a full skull cap with some extension on it.
Yeah, like the do-rag.
Yeah.
I can tell you have some waves, so you probably wore a do-rag at some point.
I've seen them more, and I've never worn one.
3 balls and no strikes.
But everybody knows about the do-rag.
No doubt, as that one is over for a call strike to keep him at the plate. So 3 balls and 1 strike with 1 man out. Here in the top half of the 8th inning. 7-3 ball game. Runner on board. The team that's trailing, Edward Waters. Reginald Johnson, the second. The head coach enjoyed that one as it's off the plate, and he's got 2 aboard with only 1 man out. Talked about the last inning, them having a golden opportunity to get things going where they had runners at second and third. And now we got a call to the bullpen.
Sure, Coach Henry coming out.
At least a walk to the mound. It looks like it will result in the day for Vicarious Chapman. Let's see what the end result of this conversation is. The relief pitcher who we saw earlier, we touched on him. He's had ample time to not only stretch.
I think it's going to be something that Coach Henry is going to be reluctant to do, to pull Chapman out here.
At this point, this is one of those situations where you're the pitcher, you're lobbying. Say, I'm this close to closing this out. I'm all right.
Absolutely. And we saw this early on in the ball game prior to this, that Compton did come on in relief in that game and did not last very long as it relates to his relief effort. And I'm sure that's in the back of the mind of Coach Henry, that perhaps I can rely more on this 4-run lead than what I would be getting from the bullpen if I pulled Chapman out. But at least out there with this urging to say, listen, you have got to get this batter.
Yeah, if nothing more, you've got the junior from Chicago versus the sophomore reliever. And also the junior has been out here all day. Winding and firing. See the conversation with the coach, he calms down and throws that one down the middle.
And that's how you want to respond to a mound visit. Next pitch almost being perfect.
Rob Henry, Kentucky State, 11th year, knows all about the patience needed working with his young pitchers. Allows to stay out there, and there's a line single. Rounding third, headed toward the plate. There's the throw by the center fielder. It's a rifle, but it's offline, and everyone's safe. A run scores, and here we go.
Coach Henry leaning on the fence, watching the action on the field. Now steps back, puts the arms into the jacket. Hoping upon hope here that he can get a ground ball to start a double.
Roman, the catcher, scores. Schoening down at second. The pitch. Garcia on at first.
But Charles, you know, one of the realities of this situation is what we've been talking about. You are in the throes of elimination game here. You've used pitchers to even get to this point. It may just be an issue of what you have left in the tank as it relates to additional pitchers that you can bring on.
Goes back to what we had, the conversation we had in the prior two games, in which the coaches both told us no one has that much pitching to make their way from the losers bracket all the way through.
And the real crux of that is that you can't manage planning for the future game.
Right.
You got to burn it because you're trying to stay in and win this one.
That's it. Well, the tying run is at the plate. No balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. Force play around the infield. Aquarius Tompkins awaits the pitch from Chapman. Stays alive.
Yeah, went after a clear ball there on that swing.
The 0-2 pitch. Taken high. Four runs, 7 hits, 4 errors for Edward Waters. But none of that would matter if he could take this one yard.
Absolutely.
The pitch. Low and in the dirt. Great dig by John Higdon.
Good job of keeping that in front of him, preventing those runners from advancing. Because what that'll do is it'll keep them out of that double play situation if they were able to advance there.
Chapman from the stretch. The delivery. Foul back.
Quite a battle going on here, Charles.
Indeed. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 men out. The pitch. Lifted, right field. Runners tag, a couple of steps, and they'll hold tight right there. As the ball is thrown in behind at second. As the second out is recorded.
It's just not deep enough of a fly ball to get a tag from second.
So second out of the inning leads to Dayton Pass coming up, the designated hitter.
Be quite a feat here. The Thoroughbreds are able to come out of this unscathed.
Pass. There's a good eye there for ball 1. Popped out, struck out, and grounded out. Pitch.
Good take.
Pass in his designated hitter role in this postseason. Has 1 hit. Ten plate appearances.
Took another one inside there, Charles.
That 1 hit was a double. That would be in order right here. Keep the inning alive. Advance the base runners. 3 balls, no strikes. See if he gets the green light.
He's going to take this one. No question about it. I really almost hate to say it, but in that situation, 3-0 count, that walk is certainly a better option than trying to swing out on an uncertain pitch. It may have to be straight down the middle and feast on it rather than you take a chance of popping up or something and coming out of this inning again without a run, an additional run. This is Nobles in the box.
Caden Hutchinson at the plate. Takes the first one over for a call strike. Hutchinson, a double, flied out, and hit by a pitch. He's also scored a run. Gets away. Now the throw. Will there be one? There will not. A run scores on a wild pitch by Darius Chapman. He's unraveling here in the 8th inning.
We come back to those 2 words we have been using all day long. And that's free bases.
2 across in the inning.
They are just detrimental to your cause.
Hugo Schoening able to come in on the wild pitch. That is the 3rd run scored by way of a wild pitch to Chapman. So Hutch at the plate. Caden Hutchinson. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Still 2 men out. Runners in scoring position. Tying runs down at second. Lined down towards short. Gets the second hop. Throws it over, and he's got his man.
What a gun there. Big play by the shortstop.
Thoroughbreds get out of the jam, but in the inning, 2 runs come across, and they cut the deficit in half. This is now a 2-run game, 7-5, as we head to the bottom half of the 8th inning. The Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships from Albany State will roll on in just a few minutes on the Black College Sports Network.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just the touch of a button. Because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
HBCUs are anchored.
He's the one and only Charles Ward. I'm Charles Mac Daddy McNeil. Call it out one more time before the semifinal rounds. We'll retire it then.
Well, I'm sure you got our audience a buzz with the revelation of your nickname. So it won't be the last time we hear it.
Well, as I said, Augusta Christian Schools of all players. Mike Dodaro, I'll never forget his name. Gave me the nickname.
Uh-huh.
How many boyfriends and husbands I had to explain it to. 1-1 to the leadoff hitter.
Well, I'm glad you're still here with us.
Yes, yes indeed. Austin James on in relief, operating, try to put out this high-potency offense of the Thoroughbreds and give his Edward Waters team a chance to come back and tie things up, send it to extras, or win it in regulation.
Oh, you just phrased it correctly. That's exactly what has to happen with James on the mound here. Hold things right where they are.
Left-hander rocks and fires, and he's got him. And that was not just any other hitter. That was the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference Player of the Year he just struck out.
Nice job there to retire Esparza.
Gonna bring up the cleanup hitter, Kelton Saylor. Saylor's been hitting at the bottom of the order in the 9th place position, but doing damage from down there, so they moved him up in the order. He swings through that one. So it looks like James has been bolstered by retiring the big-time hitter. Prior at bat, 1 man out. 1-1 is the count.
Spotting its pitch as well.
The pitch. Curveball. Misses 2 balls and 1 strike. So we've got an update from across the way.
Yeah, we do. They've actually eked ahead of us in terms of the time or the portion of the game. They're in the bottom of the 9th over at Sherwood Academy. 8-3 lead for the Tigers of Savannah State.
Savannah State wins. They advance. Now you've got your bracket right there in front of you.
Yep. They'll come out of that, and they'll meet the winner out of this contest. And that'll be the 2 p.m. ball game tomorrow right here on the west campus of Albany State University. And we'll go into a 3-game set tomorrow by virtue of the fact that either Albany State or Spring Hill will drop down to the losers bracket to meet the winner of the contest between the 2 teams slated to play
So Saylor goes down on a call strike 3, which brings up Trey Fletcher. Fletcher struck out. Had an RBI single his last time up. Also lined out, had a base on balls. 1 ball, 1 strike. James. The fastball once again. Call strike. So the opportunity to strike out the sides. This Edward Waters pitching staff has done well as that one's fouled right at us and out of play.
Yeah, I certainly don't want to celebrate too soon, but the job by Austin James has been pretty phenomenal since he settled in. He is really spotting the baseball well.
The 3 pitchers have combined for 10 strikeouts in this one as that's grounded down to first base. Garcia has it. Makes the play, and it wasn't an easy one to retire the side. So here we go. 8 complete. James did his job. And it's last licks time for Edward Waters. Come on back with us. The 9th inning, right around the corner. This is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championship Tournament from Albany State on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Top of the 9th inning, 5-7 ball game. That's not characteristic of myself. 7-5 is the score. 5 runs on 7 hits, 4 errors for Edward Waters. 7 runs on 8 hits and no errors. The curveball taken for a call strike. Young man continuing on the hill.
And Nobles chasing a pitch there. That was off the plate.
That one top foul.
Man, that is the slightest of tips you can get there. Just a little tick.
Down in his stance, ball misses. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the second baseman, John Nobles. RBI single popped out twice, and this one grounded down toward the shortstop. Up with it, and the throw got him. Trey Brown.
Downtown Brown on that play. Nice job. Had to hustle in to get that one. Fielded it cleanly and came up throwing. Accurate toss over to first for the out.
The all-important first out. Gives you that sense of confidence as you face the 9th place hitter in the order. And Chase Morris, correction, as they bring on a pinch hitter.
Average attention, please. Pinch hitting for Edward Waters, number 21.
Mel Diaz, freshman from Orange Park, Florida, picking up a stick.
Lionel has a good eye as he's been sitting patiently for his opportunity. The pitch.
Chapman just throwing BBs right now, though.
Looking to close the deal. The junior.
Got that change of pace over for a strike.
How difficult it is to master that change of pace after throwing it 90 plus.
Yeah. It becomes routine. You do it so much in terms of your practice and your in-game situations that it's an issue of confidence when you do it. But if you have it in your arsenal, the ability to do it, it's not difficult. You just want to place it right.
Is it also deception in the way of the delivery to make sure it looks like the fastball?
No, you don't want to do that because people can pick up your pitches. That's what teams have, is somebody there on the bench designated to see what you're doing different on different pitches. And once they pick it up, they can call it out right when you get into your windup and it's too late for you to change it. You're definitely going to throw a ball if you try to change it.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 man out. Swung on and fouled back. That was a big swing there.
Another just a little tick in terms of that metal creasing the baseball. Just enough to hear it.
Gives you an indication he just missed it. He had an idea, had a swing pattern ready to take it out of the yard. Most importantly, you need to get on. If you're a Tigers fan, as that one is over for a call, strike 3. So Leonel Diaz coming on in the pinch hitter. Struck out.
Tough situation to be called upon there.
Now they're down to the final out as Peyton Schubert comes up. His 2-run home run, or 3-run home run, I should say, back in the 3rd inning. Was the key to the success early on for Edward Waters as they took on a 3-1 lead at that juncture. Wound up yielding 6 runs before answering with 2 of their own in the last inning. Last opportunity is Schubert, and he's down in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Down to his final strike. And the final strike for the Tigers.
And the pitch misses away. So Reginald Johnson II and his coaches await the pitch that's high. Count is full at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
They'll both be coming at each other on this one.
The graduate student from Pensacola struck out.
Brings him up.
And that's the ball game. 7-5 the final score. As Decarius Chapman gets the complete game victory.
Chapman certainly coming through big in that last inning for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Good ball placement, and he was just throwing darts up there to each batter that came and just overpowering them. Throws exactly when he needed. And credit Coach Henry for sticking with him, not maybe out of choice to do it, because this is the best thing he had going here today. He didn't want to give it over to anybody else to change that dynamic. And Chapman certainly did a good job of just riding through for the Thoroughbreds.
So Edward Waters will face Savannah State, who was victorious by a final count of 8-3, ending the season for Tuskegee. And Kentucky State, their season also coming to a close.
Be Edward Waters.
Edward Waters and Kentucky State. What a fantastic effort, but it was Edward Waters whose season comes to a close. Final count of 7-5. So again, Kentucky State advancing with the opportunity to face Savannah State tomorrow in the 2 o'clock game. We talked about the big matchup, and our first contest tomorrow will be here with all the action for you, as well as it will be a matchup of the top seed, Albany State, as they'll take on Spring Hill. Two teams that had high expectations coming in, and they'll get a chance to match up in what would tantamount be to a semifinal contest. Of course, it's still double elimination, so an opportunity to see exactly how they strategize and plan for that one, as we're coming down to the home stretch of the Cricket SIAC Baseball Championship.
Indeed, you're right. That's going to be a showcase ball game. That first one, Albany State and Spring Hill. And the follow-up to that one will be Savannah State and the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Coming out of that loser's bracket, obviously the team with the most momentum as we head into tomorrow's play is going to be the Golden Rams, because if they can win out tomorrow, then anybody will have to beat them twice to get that title away from them. Good day of baseball ahead tomorrow, though. Don't want to miss it. If you've been with us all week for baseball action, this is a culminating day tomorrow with some real fun baseball headed into the championship ball game on Sunday.
So once again, we want you to be sure to keep it locked to the SIAC YouTube channel and mybcsn.net for our upcoming schedule of games. So our broadcast partner, Charles Ward. Sports information directors at both Edward Waters and Kentucky State, along with the hardworking men and women on our production crew. I'm Charles McNeil saying so long for now. Your final score, once again, Kentucky State surviving and advancing with a 7-5 victory. You've been watching the 2023 Cricket SIAC Baseball Championships.